Recently, flu outbreaks have been frequent. Please take precautions, minimize outings in public places, avoid gatherings unless necessary, and stay warm. Han Qingxia, are you even listening to me? Han Qingxia jolted as if struck by lightning, her gaze snapping to the scene before her with an incredulous expression. A 30-square-meter living room, its decor aged and suffused with the faint mustiness of time, stretched out before her. The redwood sofa set, worn smooth from years of use, groaned under the weight of a cluster of middle-aged men and women. At the center of it all sat an elderly woman, her age etched into the deep grooves of her face, her hair a silver halo of disarray. She was stout, her sagging cheeks trembling as she glared at Han Qingxia with a fury that seemed to vibrate through the room. Han Qingxia blinked, her mind reeling. Wasn't this the exact scene from half a month before the apocalypse? Her dear grandmother, her loving father, and her kind stepmother had come to pressure her into vacating the house. But how could it be? She had just been at the eastern base, fighting off a tide of zombies that clawed and shrieked at the gates. Han Qingxia, after your mother passed, your stepmother treated you as if you were her own. Everyone says she's a saint, and now your brother is getting married. He needs this house. Why are you being so selfish? You're nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Mom, Qingxia isn't ungrateful, the plump woman beside her interjected with a sectarian smile, her voice dripping with false sincerity. She's just thoughtful. She'll surely be willing to help her brother out. The old woman snorted, her disdain palpable. Get out of this house already. Your brother says it's been rented out for too long and everything inside is practically garbage. If you won't buy new furniture for the wedding, who will? He's your brother. As his sister, shouldn't you contribute something? Standing amidst the chaos, Han Qingxia suddenly let out a laugh. They wanted her house. They wanted her money. They wanted her to furnish it for them. The absurdity of it all was almost comical. But what was truly laughable, what made her want to slap her past self across the face, was that in her previous life, she had actually agreed. Back then, her mother had died in a car accident when she was just 14, leaving her adrift. Her stepmother had swept in not long after, bringing with her a son of her own. On the surface, the woman had been all warmth and kindness, showering Han Qingxia with affection and understanding. And Han Qingxia, rebellious and prickly as she was, had yearned for that warmth. She had fallen for the act, hook, line, and sinker. She had given them everything, even the house her mother had left her, the only thing her mother had left her. But when the apocalypse came, they had discarded her like trash. Time and time again, they had abandoned her, and in the end, they had even kicked her off a rescue vehicle to save themselves. It was then that she finally understood the depths of their deceit, the hollowness of their so-called family bonds. She was nothing to them, but a source of meat and blood, to be consumed until nothing remained. Her chest tightened with the memory, the rage simmering just beneath her skin. With a sudden, decisive motion, she grabbed the bags of cheap fruit they had brought as a pretense of goodwill and flung them into the trash. And she dropped onto the sofa, her posture defiant. Han Qingxia, what are you doing? The young man, who had been idly scrolling on his phone, sprang to his feet, his face contorted with anger. Those are imported apples. Mom bought them just for you because she knows you love them. How dare you throw them away? Han Qingxia smirked, her lips curling into a cold, mocking smile. I love apples, funny. I don't recall ever knowing that about myself. Her gaze sharpened, locking onto him like a blade. And you think you have the right to talk to me about this house? Her voice was icy, her eyes glinting with a predatory edge, a gaze on through 10 years of clawing her way through the apocalypse. The young man, Han Ying, faltered, his bravado evaporating under the weight of her stare. Qingxia, don't be like this, her stepmother, Lei Lin, interjected, her tone a practiced blend of concern and exasperation. If you're upset, we can come back another day. But you have to understand, your brother's wedding is important. The bride's family insists on a house in the city center. You know how hard it is to get a place there these days, with all the lotteries and restrictions. We're just asking for a little help. You're his sister, after all. When you get married, we'll make sure you have a place too. Enough. Her father, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his voice a thunderclap of authority. This house isn't yours to begin with. You're just a girl. What do you need a house for? It belongs to your brother. When you get married, let your husband buy you one. Stop being so selfish. Han Qingxia stared at him, her expression unreadable. In her past life, she had agonized over why her father treated her so poorly, why he favored his stepson so blatantly. But now she knew the truth. Han Yin wasn't her stepbrother. He was her father's biological son. Her father had been married to Li Lin long before he had married her mother. She had been nothing more than an afterthought, a pawn in their game. Her lips twisted into a bitter smile. 2 million, she said suddenly, her voice cutting through the room like a whip. The room fell silent, the air thick with confusion. What did you say? This house was my mother's property before she married you. It's legally mine, as per the notarized inheritance. If you want it, pay me 2 million yuan. Consider it a discount. You want to sell the house to us? Wei Lan's voice rose, incredulous. Are you joking? We don't have that kind of money. Han Qingxia raised her wrist, tapping the screen of her watch. I'll give you 5 seconds to decide. If you don't agree, I'll sell it to someone else. 5. Han Qingxia, we're your family. You can't talk to us about money, her grandmother shrieked. Oh. You ungrateful brat, I'll teach you a lesson. 3, 2. Her father lunged at her, his face a mask of fury. But before he could reach her, she kicked the chair out from under him, sending him sprawling to the floor. 1, she said coldly, her voice devoid of emotion. The room erupted into chaos, but Han Qingxia had already pulled out her phone. Hello Manager Li, I'd like to sell my house, 2 million. The words hung in the air like a blade poised to strike. Panic flickered across Li Lin's face. Wait, we'll buy it, she blurted out, her voice trembling with urgency. Han Qingxia ended the call, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. The deal was struck. 2 million yuan. A loss, perhaps, but one she was willing to accept. Because time was money. And she needed both. More importantly, by draining their funds, she had ensured they would be unprepared for what was to come. The apocalypse was only 3 days away. And she would be ready. She tried murmuring the command in her mind, and instantly, the phone materialized back into her hand from the void. Han Qingxia's heart leapt with joy at the sight. Just as she had suspected. She wasn't a stranger to novelty, plenty in her time. And this, without a doubt, was the legendary system at work. Quickly accepting this unexpected golden opportunity, she threw herself into action, frantically absorbing everything in sight. Soon, she discovered the system's pricing mechanism. It recognized the original purchase price of items, regardless of wear and tear or whether they had been taken apart. No matter. She dove headfirst into a frenzied spree of dismantling and collecting. Gold jewelry detected, valued at 58,000 yuan, reward 58 cubic meters. Water cup detected, valued at 39 yuan. Calendar detected, valued at 10 yuan. Small dust detected, valued at 369 yuan, reward 4 cubic meters. Rosewood table and chair set detected, valued at 25,000 yuan, reward 25 cubic meters. Trash bin detected, valued at 15 yuan. In the span of about 10 minutes, she had swept through her home, sparing nothing. From shoes, hats, clothes, pots, pans, and cups, to trash bins, storage jars, photo albums, nail clippers, desks, chairs, beds, and cabinets, anything that could be moved was absorbed into her system. Even the rotten apples brought over by Han Ying's family today were scooped up. Rotten apples, 5 caddies, valued at 2.5 yuan. Hearing the price, Han Qingxia spat in disgust. Damn it, how unlucky, she muttered under her breath. Rotten apples, worth barely 50 cents a pound, and they had the nerve to claim they were imported. And they had the audacity to ask her for a 3 million yuan house in return. What kind of shameless people were they? Still, she did let her disdain stop her. Even a mosquito's meat was still meat, after all. she collected everything. Soon, the house was stripped bare of anything portable. Her gaze shifted to the immovable fixtures. Eep, toilet detected, valued at 1,999 yuan. With a determined grunt, Han Qingxi yanked the toilet out of place. She had always been strong, but compared to her previous life, where she had survived 5 grueling years in the apocalypse, this body felt frail in comparison. It was clear she'd need to start training her strength again in the days to come. After the toilet came loose. Eep, wash basin detected, valued at 699 yuan. Eep, range hood detected, valued at 2,599 yuan. Eep, stove detected, valued at 489 yuan. Eep, security door detected, valued at 1,589 yuan. Damn it, she wasn't leaving a single thing for those bastards. Not even a screw. Eep, glass window detected, valued at 400 yuan. Eep, flooring detected, valued at 150 yuan. Within an hour, Han Qingxia had gutted her home entirely. The walls were the only things left untouched. Everything else of the flooring, windows, doors was stripped away. Even the tiles she could remove were smashed to pieces and taken. Eep, countdown, 3 seconds remaining. Hearing the countdown, she had a sudden thought. Rushing to the door, she clambered onto the railing and unscrewed the small light bulb in the hallway. Eep, 10-watt bulb detected, valued at 5 yuan. Time's up. Total reward, 289 cubic meters. Only then did Han Qingxia feel truly satisfied. She turned to her companion, Summer, and said with a wry smile, "Let's go." Not long after she left, Han Ying's family arrived, bringing along his newly pregnant bride to show her their new home. "Darling, this is our new place," Han Ying began, his voice brimming with pride. City center, prime school district, over 100 square meters, single elevator, 2 units per floor. Our side of the hallway is completely ours since the neighbors haven't moved in yet. Great lighting, the best layout in the complex, and it's just 100 meters from your workplace. If you want, we can move in right away. It's fully furnished and ready to go. A boisterous group of them climbed up to the 3rd floor, chatting animatedly. But when they reached the eastern unit, all of them froze in stunned silence. This. The place wasn't just stripped bare, it didn't even have a front door or windows. Even the hallway light bulb was gone. Han Ying's new bride turned on her heel and stormed off. What is this, the bare bones shell? Are you expecting my family to pay for renovations? Let me tell you, no marriage until this place is fully furnished, and my name better be on the deed. Han Ying's grandmother, trembling with rage, nearly spat blood. She fumbled for her phone, wanting to call Han Qingxia and demand an explanation. They had even liked the old furniture and had planned to replace it, but this was outrageous. The flooring her mother had painstakingly installed, the perfectly good fixtures, why destroy it all? But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach Han Qingxia. At that moment, Han Qingxia stood at the entrance of an abandoned tunnel on the outskirts of N City. The tunnel had been intended for a mountain highway, but funding had run out, and government plans had shifted. The project was abandoned, and the tunnel was repurposed as a bomb shelter. "What do you need a bomb shelter for?" the real estate agent asked her, more out of routing than curiosity. "Business, mushroom farming," Han Qingxia replied casually. In her previous life, she had learned about the 3 types of bomb shelters. The first were the ones beneath city center shopping malls, underground parking lots, hospital basements. Conveniently located, well-equipped, and designed for rapid evacuation, they were utterly useless in the zombie apocalypse. In fact, their crowded nature made them the first places to fall. Then there were tunnel-style shelters and professional military fortifications. The latter had proven invaluable in the late stages of the apocalypse, forming the backbone of many stable bases. But those were out of her reach. A tunnel-style shelter like this one, however, was perfect. Secluded, far from people, spacious, equipped with a ventilation system and heavy iron doors was exactly what she needed. And the price was laughably low. 2,000 yuan a year, with a minimum 20-year lease. 3 years rent paid upfront, and for just 6,000 yuan, she had secured a space the size of 5 basketball courts. The real estate agent, seeing her eagerness, could barely contain his glee. To him, she was just another fool blinded by cheap prices, oblivious to the logistical nightmare of such a remote location. Transportation alone would be a nightmare. 10 entrepreneurs, 9.5 idiots, he muttered to himself, pocketing his commission and the 500 yuan service fee before leaving in high spirits. Han Qingxia watched him go without a word, her expression cold and unreadable. In 10 years of surviving the apocalypse, she had learned one crucial lesson: never warn fools of impending disaster. Fools were disasters in themselves. Once the agent was gone, she and Summer entered the shelter. Inspecting it thoroughly, she found more than she had hoped for. In addition to the ventilation system, there was a well left behind by a previous tenant, and an old electrical line. The well's water was mountain spring water, unconnected to the city's contaminated pipeliness, a vital resource when water treatment plants inevitably failed. And the electrical line, though currently inactive, hinted at a pre-installed circuit. With the right generator, she could power the entire shelter. At that moment, she couldn't help but think about the stretch of rusted barbed wire fencing outside the tunnel. Most of it had long since fallen into disrepair, sagging like the bones of a forgotten skeleton. But if she could mend those broken strands, patch them up and electrify them, the defensive capabilities of her air raid shelter would soar. It was a task worth undertaking, she decided, her resolve sharpening like a blade against a whetstone. And then, the voice returned, unbidden, weaving itself into her thoughts like a shadow slipping through cracks in the light. Superlord system activated. Please fortify the primary base. The system will reward you based on the degree of reinforcement. Countdown, 15 days. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up, a spark of astonishment flickering through her as the weight of the new mission settled upon her shoulders. Before she could fully process it, another system alert chimed in her mind. Yeep, 1 base warhound detected. Reward, combat prowess enhanced 100-fold. Physical attributes enhanced 100-fold. She turned, startled, and watched the Summer aging, loyal doll begin to change before her very eyes. His frame doubled in size, muscles rippling beneath his fur like coiled steel. His claws and teeth elongated, gleaming with a predatory sharpness that seemed almost otherworldly. The weariness of old age melted away, replaced by a feral vitality that radiated an almost regal menace. He was no longer just a dog, he was a beast, a sentinel, a force to be reckoned with. Woof woof. Summer barked, his voice deeper, more commanding, reverberating like a drumbeat in the still night air. Han Qingxia couldn't help but grin. She had work to do. The materials market was her next destination. Her late mother's old car, though modest, was reliable enough to get her there. She skirted the industrial district until she found a factory specializing in barbed wire. 2,000 square meters of razor wire and coiled fencing enough to encircle her base, and then some. It cost 14,000 yuan. The factory owner, intrigued by her sizable order, even offered to deliver the goods using one of their trucks. By the time they arrived at the outskirts of the city, dusk had fallen, cloaking the desolate fields in shadows. She directed the workers to unload the materials onto an empty plot of land, assuring them she'd arrange for transport later. Once alone, with Summer standing guard, she began the meticulous process of transferring the wire into her spatial storage, a cavernous, otherworldly expanse that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The space was vast, nearly 300 cubic meters, and her modest collection of furniture barely filled a fraction of it. The barbed wire disappeared into the void, coil by coil, until the ground was bare once more. Satisfied, she climbed back into her car and headed home. Half an hour later, she was back at the air raid shelter, the night pressing heavily around her. She wasted no time, beginning the laborious task of reinforcing the perimeter. With Summer occasionally fetching tools and keeping watch, the two worked tirelessly through the night, the cold air biting at her skin and the metallic tang of the wire lingering in the back of her throat. By dawn, the job was done. 2,000 meters of reinforced fencing now encased her sanctuary like a fortress. As she secured the final strand, the voice returned, its tone as cold and mechanical as ever. Reinforcement detected. Reward, defensive effectiveness enhanced 100-fold. She froze, watching in awe as the changes unfolded before her eyes. The barbed wire thickened, its strands intertwining into an impenetrable mesh. The razor blades gleamed with a deadly brilliance, each edge on to perfection. Even the flimsy wire gate at the entrance transformed, morphing into a solid steel barrier that could rise and fall with a mechanical hiss. She pressed her hand against the reinforced mesh, testing its strength. It did budge. Just yesterday, she had worried that a determined intruder or a horde of zombies could breach her defenses. Now it seemed even an army would struggle to penetrate her walls. The satisfaction that bloomed within her was almost intoxicating, a heady mix of relief and triumph. But then her stomach growled, a sharp reminder of her neglected hunger. Samar, ever perceptive, began circling her, his movements restless and expectant. "You're hungry too, aren't you?" she asked, crouching to scratch behind his ears. He barked in agreement, his tail wagging with a newfound vigor. She remembered the food she had stored in her spacey small stash she had hastily packed the day before. With the thought, a steaming bag of soup dumplings materialized in her hands. The warmth seeped through the thin plastic, and the savory aroma filled the air, making her mouth water. She pulled out her refrigerator next, curious to test its functionality. Even without electricity, the interior was cold, its contents perfectly preserved. It was as if time itself had been suspended within the confines of her spatial storage. This discovery sent a thrill through her. The implications were staggering. She could stockpile perishable goods without fear of spoilage, hoard supplies without limitation. The possibilities were endless, and her mind raced with plans for the days ahead. By noon, she had rented a small warehouse on the outskirts of the city, a dilapidated farmhouse that had been left to decay as its owners moved to the urban sprawl. The landlord, a gruff middle-aged man, initially demanded a deposit, but she haggled him down to a flat rate of 400 yuan for a month. It wasn't perfect, but it would serve as a temporary staging ground for her supplies. Her next priority was food. She visited 10 different stores, purchasing 450-kilogram bags of rice from each. By the end of the day, she had amassed over 100 tons of rice, enough to feed her for several lifetimes. The cost? All for 400,000 yuan. She did flinch. Survival was priceless. Next came instant noodles, 1,000 boxes in every flavor imaginable. Pork, bone broth, spicy beef, seafood, dry mixed noodles. The list went on. Each box cost an average of 70 yuan, bringing the total to 70,000. She added 200 boxes of her favorite corn-flavored sausages and 100 boxes of pickled mustard greens, spending another 30,000 in the process. She was done. Ready-to-eat meals and prepackaged dishes were next: braised pork, tofu, roasted chicken, sweet and sour ribs, curried chicken. The variety was staggering. She bought tens of thousands of packets, spending another 150,000 yuan. By the time she was finished, her spatial storage was brimming with food, a veritable treasure trove that could sustain her through any apocalypse. But the day's expenses had taken their toll. Of the 2 million yuan she had started with her life savings and the proceeds from selling her apartment, only 170,000 remained. The realization was sobering, but she pushed the thought aside. Money was a means to an end, and she wasn't done yet. That night, as she sat in the dim light of her shelter, the weight of her preparations settled over her. She opened her hand, and a crimson property deed appeared in her palm. Tomorrow, she would contact a private lender, using her remaining assets as collateral. She needed more funds. There were debts to settle, scores to even, and a future to secure. "Prepare yourselves," she murmured, her voice slow and steady. "The reckoning is coming." That afternoon, Han Qingxia stepped out of an aging office building in the city center. By the time she emerged, her bank account had swelled by 1.5 million yuan. These microloan companies were worse than vampires, draining her dry with their insatiable greed. She had sold her house to Han Ying's family for 2 million, but to these bloodsuckers, it was worth only 1.5. And the interest rates? Astronomical. The terms of the contract were clear, a 7-day repayment period. Within a week, she would need to return 2 million yuan to the loan company, or they'd seize the house. It was a bottomless pit, a trap designed to swallow her home whole. But it didn't matter. She had no intention of paying them back. After all, the house wasn't even hers anymore. The timing of this 12-day loan cycle was impeccable, aligning perfectly with the impending apocalypse. By the time the loan company came knocking, they'd find themselves face to face with Han Ying's family instead. Then, like rabid dogs locked in a cage, the two sides would tear into each other. Neither party was the kind to back down easily. It would be a spectacle to see who emerged victorious. But in the end, it didn't matter who won. In a few short days, that house would be nothing but a pile of rubble and ash, swept away like foam on the tide. For now, Han Qingxia had 1.5 million yuan in hand. Staring at the freshly deposited funds in her account, a thought took root. She borrowed from every lending platform she could find. Plundered. Ruthlessly plundered. She drained them all dry. By the time she was done, another 500,000 yuan had been added to her coffers. Now, with 3,700,000 yuan at her disposal, she was ready to make her next move. Her first stop was a construction materials factory. She needed to reinforce her fortress. After purchasing 40 or 50 surveillance cameras, she turned her attention to generators. Power. She needed power. The boss at the shop explained her options: wind, water, thermal, or diesel. The first three were impractical. Installation was complicated, time-consuming, and required custom orders from specialized manufacturers. Diesel, on the other hand, was perfectly suited to her needs. "How many kilowatts are you looking for?" the owner asked. "What's available?" 30, 50, 200, 800. We've got them all. Anything over 1,000 gets pricey, though. Han Qingxia quickly familiarized herself with the specifications of diesel generators. The smallest, a 30 kilowatt model, was priced between 10 and 20,000 yuan. Mid-range options, like the 200 kilowatt generators, ranged from 50 to 100,000. A 300 kilowatt model would set her back over 100,000, and anything beyond that doubled in price exponentially. Generators exceeding 1,000 kilowatts started at 1 million yuan, and imported models were 20 to 30% more expensive than domestic ones. Go with a domestic model, the owner advised. Our local brands are just as good as the imports, better even. They are more durable, more practical. The imports are finicky about diesel quality. What are you using it for? A restaurant? Exactly. She needed power for lighting and ventilation in her underground bunker. A generator suitable for a restaurant would suffice. But Han Qingxia opted for the most expensive, most powerful model available. Because her system's rewards scaled with the level of her investments. If she was going to do this, she was going to do it right. "I want the best, no compromises, money's no issue," she declared, adopting the air of a wealthy spender as she handed over 120,000 yuan for the shop's top-tier generator. The owner's face lit up with a grin so wide it threatened to split his cheeks. Han Qingxia pressed him for extra soundproof mats, toolkits, any small, inexpensive items in the shop. She wanted them all thrown in as freebies. The owner didn't hesitate. He even tossed in the remaining 10 liters of diesel from his stockpile. Han Qingxia's eyes gleamed at the sight of the fuel. "Do you know anyone who can get me diesel at a discount?" Diesel wasn't easy to come by. Buying it from gas stations required registration, and even then, purchases were limited to a few liters at a time. Many stations didn't sell loose diesel at all, reserving it for vehicles. But shops like this one often had connections. Fuel had a black market, after all. Shadowy workshops stole oil from major drilling fields or processed untraceable offshore sources, selling the illicit product in secret. Sure enough, the owner's expression turned conspiratorial. Pulling her aside, he handed her a business card. If you need fuel, call this number. Tell them I sent you. They'll give you a 20% discount. Thanks, Han Qingxia said, pocketing the card. It seemed these industries were all interconnected, each with its own network of backdoor dealings. As she prepared to leave, the owner muttered, "This flu outbreak is killing business." "Tell me about it," she replied absent-mindedly, striding away without looking back. She didn't need to say more. This flu was the harbinger of the apocalypse. 2 weeks after the virus first emerged, those infected would begin to die en masse. And just as the world was reeling from the collective grief of losing loved ones, the dead would rise again. Not as people, but as something else entirely. Selmies. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had been preoccupied with Han Ying's wedding during this critical period. Han Ying's new wife had discovered she was pregnant, and Han Qingxia had spent her days buying furniture, overseeing renovations, and accompanying her sister-in-law to medical appointments. The day the apocalypse began, she had been at the hospital, waiting for test results with her pregnant sister-in-law. She remembered the screams. A patient who had been declared dead suddenly sat up on the gurney and sank his teeth into his grieving relative. Chaos erupted. Han Qingxia had watched in horror as the bitten relative convulsed, his body twisting unnaturally. Within 5 minutes, he had transformed. Rising stiffly to his feet, his skin drained of all color, his eyes turned to lifeless, chalky gray, the eyes of a predator. There was no humanity left in him, only hunger. He lunged at the nearest person, jaws snapping. The hospital descended into madness. Everywhere the bitten succumbed, their bodies writhing and twisting before they too joined the ranks of the undead. Han Qingxia had been terrified, but she had forced herself to stay calm. Armed with whatever she could find, she had fought her way through the chaos, protecting her pregnant sister-in-law. Her bravery had earned her the family's reliance. From that day forward, they had turned to her for everything, scavenging supplies, defending their group. She had thought, back then, that being needed was her purpose, that protecting her family was her duty. How foolish she had been. This time, she wouldn't make the same mistake. Han Qingxia arranged for the generator to be delivered to her warehouse. On the way, she called the contact on the business card to inquire about diesel. The supplier could deliver as early as the next day. She bought out their entire stock, spending 1,000,000 yuan in one go. They gave her a 25% discount. By the end of the day, Han Qingxia had spent nearly 2,000,000 yuan. After unloading the supplies from the warehouse, Han Qingxia tucked the massive generator into her personal storage space. The space was ample, vast enough to swallow the hulking machine without so much as a whisper of strain. Moments later, she returned to her base. The generator was carefully installed in the innermost storage room of the bomb shelter, its placement deliberate and precise. Beep, detecting a 1,000 kilowatt generator. Reward, a permanently indestructible, minimum energy consumption generator. Han Qingxia froze. Her eyes widened, alight with astonishment and delight, as she watched the generator's exterior transform before her very eyes. It gleamed now, as if coated in a thin, ethereal layer of silver, its structure infused with an unyielding strength that had been there before. But the most extraordinary part, it was now impervious to wear and tear. She knew all too well that generators required maintenance over time, and she had mentally prepared herself to extend its lifespan as much as possible. Yet the system had effortlessly upgraded it into an eternal powerhouse. Marvelous. Accelerated, she dove back into her work. Next, she installed surveillance cameras along the barbed wire fence she had set up the day prior. Her bomb shelter's location was a stroke of genius. Encircled by dense trees, it lay a kilometer from the main road, with a side road that disappeared into the forest 500 meters out. To the untrained eye, it was virtually invisibly discreet tunnel cloaked beneath a web of barbed wire. Unassuming. Inside, the cameras were positioned with meticulous care, ensuring there were no blind spots. Once connected to the power supply, courtesy of her newly enhanced generator, the system was ready to monitor any intrusion, human or otherwise. And just like that, every camera and the electrified barbed wire fence roared to life. Her computer screen lit up, a labyrinth of surveillance grids filling the display. Simultaneously, a familiar voice chimed in her mind. Beep, detecting surveillance and electrical grid systems. Reward, surveillance, system upgrade, monitoring range increased tenfold, with automatic detection of all living and non-living entities. Electrical grid system upgrade, maximum voltage, 10,000 volts. Han Qingxia's breath caught. The clarity of the upgraded surveillance feed was astounding. She randomly selected a camera view, and zoomed in. Each pixel was sharper, more vivid than ever before. What used to cover 100 meters now stretched to 1,000. Through gaps in the foliage, she could even make out the distant highway. Just then, a bird attempted to perch on the barbed wire. It circled cautiously, wings flickering against the dying light, before finally settling on what it thought was a safe spot. A sharp crack split the air. Sparks erupted. The bird dropped like a stone, its body stiff and lifeless. Han Qingxia's lips curled into a satisfied smile, her eyes gleaming with a quiet, almost predatory light. The defenses were holding up beautifully. Perfect. She wanted to see who dared to trespass now. Touch it and you die. Say Shin, she called, her voice firm, but affectionate. Never go near the barbed wire, understood? What? Say Shin, her loyal dog, had grown stronger and smarter since the last upgrade, his intelligence, now bordering on human-like comprehension. She ruffled his head affectionately, then retrieved some food from her storage space's selection of items she had once kept in her refrigerator and shared a meal with him. After dinner, she resumed organizing her base. She soon discovered that even cleaning the bomb shelter came with its own rewards. For instance, clearing out the old well and removing the overgrown weeds. Beep, detecting upgraded well. Reward, independent mountain spring with purified water source. Beep, detecting reduced weed coverage. Reward, premium soil, crop yield increased 100-fold, growth rate increased 10-fold. Han Qingxia's energy surged. A purified water source. Fertile soil. Her base was becoming stronger, more self-sufficient by the minute. With these foundational resources secured, she could start cultivating fresh fruits and vegetables, ensuring a steady, sustainable food supply. She made a mental note to buy seeds as soon as possible. 10 days passed in a blur. Now, only 3 days remained before the apocalypse. Over the past week, Han Qingxia had developed a rigorous routine. Each morning, she began her day with a 10-kilometer run around the bomb shelter, both to enhance her stamina and to familiarize herself with the terrain. By now, she knew the surrounding landscape like the back of her hand. Her shelter was nestled within a mountain, with a protective ring of barbed wire extending from the mid-slopes on either side. Where the fence met the mountain was a sheer cliff, nearly impossible to bypass. The opposite side of the mountain was even more treacherous, its terrain steep and unforgiving, choked with dense underbrush and towering trees. Even seasoned mountaineers would struggle to breach it. Her only lingering concern was fire. Forest fires were a relentless threat, unpredictable and nearly impossible to control. The only viable solution was to clear a wide swath of trees to create a firebreak. But doing so would expose her base to prying eyes. And in the post-apocalyptic world, humans were the most dangerous predators of all. Avoiding them was far more reliable than preparing for the disasters they might bring. She couldn't afford to lose sight of her priorities. Instead, she focused on clearing the fallen leaves and dry branches around her perimeter. Cutting down trees was out of the question. It would draw too much attention. Besides, forest fires were less likely in the damp, humid environment. Clearing the ground debris would suffice. Starting from the edge of her protective barrier, she methodically carved out a clean, fire-resistant zone. Then the voice returned. Beep, detecting reduced fire hazards. Reward, fireproof zone within cleared area. Han Qingxia froze. Her golden finger had come through yet again. With this upgrade, her bomb shelter's safety had reached an entirely new level. Relieved of her greatest worry, she threw herself into her other tasks with renewed vigor. Every inch she cleared, every barrier she reinforced, brought tangible rewards. Her base was evolving, strengthening, becoming an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, her deliveries had begun arriving in earnest. During the day, she worked tirelessly in the bomb shelter. At night, she retrieved her supplies from the warehouse. She had instructed the delivery drivers to leave the packages in the warehouse, where she had installed a massive surveillance camera. Seishin guarded the space as well, his presence alone enough to deter any mischief. In these peaceful times, people rarely acted out of line, especially not with a ferocious dog standing watch. The delivery drivers unloaded truckload after truckload, then left without incident. Later, Han Qingxia would transport the goods back to her base using her storage space. Yeep, a tacking fully stocked warehouse. Inside her bomb shelter's cavernous storage room, a mountain of supplies awaited: 100 tons of rice, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of sausages, 100 boxes of pickled vegetables, and over 20,000 ready-to-eat meal packs. Reward: super storage, food preservation guaranteed indefinitely. Before her eyes, the storage room transformed. The once ordinary warehouse door now resembled the vault of a high-security bank, its thick metallic surface impervious to even the most advanced explosives. Only Han Qingxia's iris scan could unlock it. Inside, the supplies were neatly organized, each item perfectly categorized. But the most remarkable feature: the food would never spoil. No expiration dates. No decay. Han Qingxia gazed at the vault, her heart swelling with satisfaction. She was ready for whatever the apocalypse had in store. Furthermore, the shipment of seeds Han Qingxia had ordered recently had also arrived. She had placed an order for a variety of common crop seeds and saplings. Nearly all vegetable seeds could be planted directly into the soil to grow, while crops like sweet potatoes required purchasing seedlings. The seeds were astonishingly inexpensive. Sweet potato seedlings, in particular, were so cheap that when Han Qingxia placed a massive order from the largest seed store she could find, the owner threw in a few extra seedlings for free after a brief conversation. As for fruit trees, it was far more practical to buy nature saplings, preferably those with a longer lifespan. Cultivating fruit trees from scratch was a laborious and time-consuming process, and waiting for them to bear fruit took years. Purchasing 10-year-old saplings, on the other hand, was both economical and efficient. A top-quality 10-year-old sugar-heart Fuji apple sapling, for instance, cost no more than 70 or 80 yuan. Han Qingxia didn't hold back. She bought a substantial batch of 10-year-old saplings in mangople trees, fig trees, jujube trees, pear trees, mulberry trees, cherry trees, orange trees, plum trees, apricot trees, walnut trees, chestnut trees, hazelnut trees, peach trees, pomegranate trees, persimmon trees. 3 of each kind. Her goal was simple: to ensure a steady supply of fresh fruits throughout the year while maintaining a high survival rate for her crops. In total, she purchased over 100 saplings, spending just over 6,000 yuan. The entire orchard required only about half an acre of land, just enough to fill the vacant plot to the right of the bomb shelter. On the left, she erected a state-of-the-art greenhouse, complete with trellises, where she sowed a variety of vegetable seeds: spinach, cucumbers, eggplants, carrots, tomatoes, cabbages, scallions, kale, string beans. Although many vegetables could also be grown from seedlings, the convenience came at the cost of sustainability. Seedlings were good for only one harvest, and there was no guarantee of having fresh ones ready for the next planting season. Thus, Han Qingxia decided to start from scratch, cultivating everything from seeds. For crops like potatoes, planting tubers was sufficient. Fortunately, her land was of exceptional quality, fertile and rich, capable of nurturing robust growth with minimal effort on her part. In just 10 days, the bomb shelter and its surroundings had undergone a remarkable transformation. Inside and out, everything was renewed, vibrant, and brimming with life. Time was slipping away. Only 3 days remained until the apocalypse. As she planted the final sapling into the soil, Han Qingxia stood back and contemplated what else she might need. Self-sufficiency was her ultimate goal, an isolated life sustained by her own hands. Perhaps she could raise chickens, ducks, and fish. After all, no matter how many prepackaged meals she had stockpiled, nothing compared to the taste of fresh food. These past few days, subsisting on ready-made meals, she had felt an unshakable sense of dissatisfaction, as though something vital was missing. Yes, she decided. Chickens, ducks, and fish would do nicely. With them, she could enjoy fresh meat whenever she pleased. Once the thought took root, she wasted no time. She jumped into her car and drove straight to the farmer's market. As usual, she left her dog, Summer, at the warehouse, where it could keep an eye on the incoming deliveries. It had been several days since Han Qingxia last ventured into the city, and the atmosphere struck her as palpably different. Everyone wore masks, their faces etched with worry and unease. "Young lady, if you're buying something, make it quick. Once I sell out, I'm packing up and heading home early," a vendor called out from a stall selling live chickens and ducks. Han Qingxia glanced at the dozen or so birds in the cages before her, some roosters, some hens. They all appeared healthy, well-fed. "Give me a good price, and I'll take them all," she said. The vendor's eyes lit up, a spark of greed flashing across his face. "You'll take them all?" "Yeah." "All right, then, how about 10 yuan per gen? Normally my chickens go for 15 per gen, and the ducks for 11. Ew." In total, there were 26 chickens and ducks, each weighing around 6 or 7 gen. The entire lot cost her just under 2,000 yuan. She arranged for the vendor to deliver them to her warehouse and continued her shopping. At another stall, she noticed an array of fresh fish. Her gaze lingered, her mind already spinning with ideas. The bomb shelter had a water source why not dig a small pond? Without hesitation, she bought over 30 fish from the vendor's stock, including carp, crucian carp, silver carp, and grass carp. She also purchased over 40 gen of fresh shrimp. Shrimp were her favorite, whether fried, sautéed in sweet and sour sauce, or scrambled with eggs. She could never get enough of them. For an additional fee, she had the vendor include large plastic tubs and oxygen pumps with the delivery, which, like before, was sent to her warehouse. The fish and shrimp cost her over 3,000 yuan. Still, she wasn't done. Although live pigs and cattle weren't available for purchase, she had a refrigerated warehouse at her disposal. At a pork stall, she placed an order for 1,000 gen of pork and 500 gen of beef. The sheer quantity prompted her to pay extra for expedited delivery. The vendor promised to arrange it directly from the slaughterhouse and have it delivered the same day. This purchase was pricier, costing over 40,000 yuan. Even so, Han Qingxia still had over million yuan left. She wandered through the farmer's market one last time, hoping to find more fresh goods, but many stalls had already closed for the day. Just as she was about to leave, her eyes caught a small, inconspicuous stall in the corner, where the vendor was packing up. To her surprise, they were selling live lambs. Without hesitation, she bought the last 2 lambs for 1,500 yuan. The vendor explained that they were specially bred for goat milk production, but had been put up for sale due to poor market conditions. Most of the flock had already been sold, leaving only a few lambs behind. "Miss, once you're done shopping, head straight home," the vendor advised after taking her payment. "There's a flu outbreak going around, best to stay indoors." Han Qingxia nodded in acknowledgement. She was well aware of the situation. She never went out without a professional-grade medical mask. But the flu wasn't the true harbinger of the zombie virus. It merely weakened the immune systems of the population, leaving them vulnerable to infection when the virus inevitably struck. Still, many mistakenly believed the flu itself was the culprit. Han Qingxia, having survived a decade in the apocalypse, knew better. Yet the origins of the zombie virus remained a mystery to her. Some speculated it was part of a divine hunting game, as the virus brought about strange, transformative changes in humanity. After arranging for the lambs to be delivered to her warehouse, Han Qingxia wasted no time lingering in the market. With less than 3 days remaining until the outbreak, she had no intention of venturing out again. But before heading home, she resolved to spend every last yuan she had. What use was money in a crumbling world? Finding a secluded spot free of surveillance, she discreetly stuffed the lambs into her spatial storage and drove off with Summer. On the way, she passed a farm tools store and decided to stop. She purchased a complete set of essential farming equipment, along with 20 shovels. Few people realize the combat potential of a shovel. In the days of old, when weapons were scarce, families relied on shovels as their weapon of choice. In rural brawls, the appearance of a shovel was no laughing matter. Even modern military-grade entrenching tools were direct descendants of the humble shovel, upgraded for maximum functionality. In the apocalypse, cold weapons often outperformed firearms. With a stockpile of shovels, Han Qingxia felt confident in her early-stage arsenal. She also bought a few baseball bats and other tools with surprisingly formidable offensive capabilities. Han Qingxia stepped into a sporting goods store. She bought several of the sturdiest, finest baseball bats available and, as an afterthought, stocked up on a collection of adventure gear. Flashlights, helmets, armor, protective pads, tents, hazmat suits, windbreakers. Every conceivable outdoor tool was meticulously accounted for. The total came to just over 20,000. The store also carried emergency kit components, tweezers, pliers, hemostatic bandages, thermometers, which reminded Han Qingxia that she still needed to make a stop at the pharmacy. After leaving the outdoor store, she headed to a nearby drugstore to stock up on cold medicine, hemostatics, fever reducers, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, iodine, and other commonplace supplies. Prescription drugs. She had no interest. After all, they were utterly unnecessary. Surviving 10 years in the apocalypse had taught her that anyone who needed daily medication had long since been weeded out by natural selection. A small stash of emergency medicine would suffice, nothing excessive. In the apocalypse, a weak body was the original sin. By the time she stepped out of the pharmacy, it was already 5 or 6 in the evening. The city glimmered with a kaleidoscope of neon lights. Han Qingxia had gathered everything she could possibly need. Food, water, shelter, basic necessities all secured. Now, it was time to indulge in the next tier of luxuries, the kind that elevated mere survival into something resembling life. She still had 157,000 left in her account. Why not take a stroll? Splurge a little. Stock up on whatever caught her eye. Before the world descended into chaos, she would savor this fleeting moment of civilization in all its opulence. Her first stop was a Michelin-starred hotel she had never dared to enter before. She ordered a feast fit for royalty: mushroom soup, garlic ribs, pan-seared cod, crispy roast chicken, garlic prawns. Every dish she once considered unattainable, she now claimed as her own. The garlic prawns and filet mignon were especially exquisite. So much so that she instructed the kitchen to prepare 10 more portions for her to take away. After all, she had to bring something back for Xitan. After booking a suite at the hotel, she ventured downstairs to the mall for another round of shopping. The marketplace was a sensory overload, a labyrinth of glittering displays and tantalizing aromas. Out of habit, Han Qingxia gravitated toward the food court first. Egg waffles, octopus balls, towering Hong Kong-style cakes, pork floss buns, fried skewers, crispy chicken, breaded pork chops, oden, ice cream, bubble tea, Cantonese desserts. The options were endless. It was only then that she realized the sheer volume of things she wanted to buy. The time was short, and her funds, though substantial, were not infinite. Most of these items didn't make it onto her essential shopping list. These were luxuries of a bygone era, frivolities that held no place in the harsh realities of the apocalypse. But for now, she could indulge. She moved from shop to shop, buying out entire inventories with an air of quiet extravagance. She would approach a sales clerk, calmly instruct them to pack up all the snacks in the store, pay in full, and have everything delivered to her hotel suite upstairs. The staff at each location stared at her, wide-eyed, before scrambling to fulfill her requests. At the first bakery, she cleared the shelves of freshly baked bread, cheesecake, cream puffs, mochi, durian milk crepes, egg yolk pastries, and more. At the Korean fried chicken joint, she ordered every flavor, sweet and spicy, amber glaze, garlic, soy, honey mustard, and every kind of meat, from boneless bites to whole chickens. At the bubble tea shops, she sampled every variety of milk teas, fruit teas, ice cream teas, cheese-topped teas, slushies. By the time she had made her rounds, she had spent over 20,000 on snacks alone. Each shop's inventory averaged around 10,000, though she spent only a few hundred at smaller stalls like the cold noodle or egg waffle vendors, opting for a single sampling of each flavor. In total, she had swept through the second and third floors of the mall's food court. Next, she descended to the supermarket on the ground level. Supermarkets were a must. She grabbed 2 oversized shopping carts and began wading through the aisles of the massive warehouse-style store. By the time she reached the checkout, her carts were filled with an eclectic assortment of items. One of every flavor of potato chips, one of every type of candy and biscuit, a bottle of every beverage from fruit juice to cola. Pre-cooked food, sausages, roast chicken, grilled fish, sushi, rice balls, bento boxes, none were spared. Even semi-prepared meals like marinated chicken, pork chops, fish fillets, and army stew kits made it into the haul. She didn't forget essentials either: shampoo, face cream, sanitary pads, disposable towels, wet wipes. And since this spree was all about elevating her quality of life, she even ordered a washing machine, a robot vacuum, and a refrigerator. In the past, such items were unthinkable luxuries. But now, with money to burn, why not? However, as she approached the store manager to request the entire stock of her cart's contents excluding the appliances, she realized she had underestimated the cost of processed goods. Before she could even claim a third of the items, her wallet was empty. 130,000 gone in an instant. The basics, grains, oil should been cheap. These processed luxuries were an entirely different beast. She stared at her drained account, the remaining balance a stark, unforgiving 0. Awkward. In the end, she settled for what she had already purchased. It would have to do. If need be, she could always create her own delicacies from raw ingredients. Leaving her address with the manager, she confirmed that the delivery could be made that very evening. The manager assured her it was no problem. Still, as she walked out of the supermarket, she couldn't help but glance back at the abundance of goods she had left behind. A pang of regret lingered. She wandered upstairs, aimlessly exploring the mall's upper levels. So far, she had only covered the basement food court and the supermarket. The fashion boutiques above were now out of reach. Her account held a mere 70 yuan pocket change. But even with no money, window shopping was free. She bought a 14 yuan iced cocoa from a convenience store and strolled through the clothing stores, sipping as she went. By the time she had finished her drink, she had browsed every shop on the 3rd floor. A few items had caught her eye. How much for this varsity jacket? Miss, it's on sale for half price, 2,000 yuan. 2,000, even half off. This was the city's premier mall, home to high-end brands and exorbitant price tags. She couldn't afford it. Empty-handed, she left the store. Behind her, the manager nudged the sales clerk who had just assisted her. Why bother with her? It's obvious she can't afford anything. Didn't you see her wandering through all those stores without buying a thing? Next time, use your judgment. Then waste your time. The clerk pursed her lips, but said nothing. Han Qingxia heard every word. She didn't react, didn't so much as glance back. After years of clawing her way through the apocalypse, she wasn't the type to lose her composure over a few cutting remarks. In the wasteland, there was no need to argue. no need to save face. There was only one rule: eliminate the problem. As Han Qingxia continued to stroll forward, her gaze suddenly caught two familiar figures ahead. A young man was walking alongside a woman whose rounded belly betrayed her pregnancy. One to Han Ying and his wife, the very pair she had duped not long ago. "Darling, please calm down," Han Ying's voice floated over, tinged with desperation. "Whatever you want to buy today, just say the word. Don't get upset in begging you think of the baby." "Han Ying, you've been lying to me all along, haven't you? That house doesn't even exist. You tricked me on purpose." "It's real, that house is really ours." "Then what about those people today? Debt collectors showing up at your door, claiming the house is theirs. Your grandmother was so furious she ended up in the hospital." "Darling, I swear I have no idea what's going on. My mother really spent 2 million yuan buying the house from Han Qingxia. As long as we find her, we can get the title transferred." "Wait a second. Didn't your mom say the house still belongs to Han Qingxia? That she only let you live there but couldn't add my name to the deed, and now suddenly, you're saying it's yours and can be transferred. Which is it?" "Darling, listen, whatever the case, that house will be ours in the end. And the only son in my family. Everything that's theirs will eventually be mine. And what's mine is yours. Trust me." "Trust you? How? You said the place was fully furnished, ready to move in. But it's a bare shell. You swore it was under your name, and now debt collectors are banging on the door. I've had enough. Your family's a bunch of con artists. I want to bring this child into the world and getting rid of it right now." Darling. Han Qingxia lingered at a corner, eavesdropping on their argument. A wry smile tugged at her lips. Oh, how deliciously entertaining. It had only been 10 days, and the Han family was already in such shambles. Even the grandmother had landed in the hospital. Still, she thought it could get even more interesting. Her gaze followed Han Ying as he scrambled onto the escalator, frantically chasing after his wife. Mischief glimmered in her eyes as she puckered her lips and let out a sharp whistle in his direction. Han Ying, frazzled and on edge, turned instinctively at the sound. His eyes landed on a girl leaning casually against the glass railing, watching the scene unfold with unhurried amusement. It was her. Han Qingxia. He froze in his tracks, torn between two impossible choices. His wife was already descending to the next floor, but there she was, the root of all his troubles. Darling. One was his wife, threatening to abort their child. The other was Han Qingxia, the key to salvaging his lies. Han Ying felt as though he might split in two. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. He spun around, charging toward Han Qingxia with a curse under his breath. Damn it. If he could just drag that wretched girl to his wife and make her explain, everything would be fine. He raced up the descending escalator, his feet pounding against the moving steps. But Han Qingxia was in no hurry. Her pace remained leisurely, and when Han Ying finally reached the top, she had already circled to the opposite escalator, heading down. What followed was a spectacular cat-and-mouse chase that wound through the entire shopping mall, drawing curious stares from passers-by. Eventually, the pursuit led them into the dim, cavernous expanse of the underground parking lot. Damn it, you little witch, where do you think you're going? Han Ying's breath came in ragged gasps as he cornered her against a wall, his face twisted with rage. You've been skimming behind my back. Let's see if I don't kill you today. Perfect, Han Qingxia said with a slight grin, casually shutting the trunk of a nearby car. I was thinking the same thing. In her hand, she held a baseball bat. The sight of it sent a jolt of alarm through Han Ying's body, his instincts screaming at him to retreat. You would dare hit me. His words barely left his mouth before the bat swung through the air with a resounding crack. Han Qingxia moved with ruthless efficiency. In a matter of seconds, she had dislocated Han Ying's jaw, silencing his protests. Dragging him into the shadows, she unleashed a flurry of blows, each one calculated to inflict maximum pain without causing permanent damage. Years of surviving in the apocalypse had honed her skills to a razor's edge. She had mastered every form of combat, and a man like Han Ying was no match for her. 3 moves would have been enough to end him, but she decided to be merciful. Or at least, her version of mercy. For 30 minutes, she worked him over, breaking his arms and legs with surgical precision. Every strike was aimed at the most excruciatingly sensitive spots, ensuring he had remembered this lesson for a long time. When she finally stepped back, Han Ying lay crumpled on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Han Qingxia leaned against the car door, nudging his limp body with the toe of her shoe. She crouched down, fishing his phone out of his pocket. Holding it in one hand, she pressed it against his face to unlock it with his fingerprint, then calmly dialed for an ambulance. "See how kind I am," she said, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. "I even called you an ambulance. You should thank me." Han Ying, barely coherent, felt a surge of rage bubble up in his chest. If only her foot went pressing down on his head, he might have managed to curse her properly. "You're insane. Disc. Such ingratitude," she said, shaking her head in mock disappointment. "Well, you can keep your grandmother company in the hospital. Rest up." With that, she applied just enough pressure to send him into blissful unconsciousness. After ensuring the scene was clean, Han Qingxia confiscated his ID and drained every penny from his digital wallets, transferring the funds to her own account. By the time the ambulance arrived, she had already dragged his battered body to the entrance of a nearby bar district. Standing in the shadows of a street lamp, she watched as the paramedics loaded him onto a stretcher. Using his phone, she sent a message to his parents, informing them of his condition and the hospital he was being taken to. Once her work was done, she sold the phone to a second-hand shop and disappeared into the night, leaving no trace. Her account now boasted an additional 30,000 yuan, which she promptly used to stock up on supplies. After emptying several shelves at a convenience store, she loaded her car to the brim. Just as she was about to drive off, a loud thud startled her. A man had collapsed against the hood of her car. Han Qingxia's eyes narrowed. A group of stylishly dressed men and women approached, laughing and joking as they hefted the unconscious man onto their shoulders. "Sorry about that, miss. Our friends had a bit too much to drink," one of them said, waving apologetically. As they carried him away, their laughter echoed through the parking lot. "Man Lao sends such a lightweight these days, 2 drinks and he's out. Didn't he used to be able to drink anyone under the table? Must be married life, it softened him up." Their voices faded into the distance, but Han Qingxia's gaze lingered on the man they were carrying. His head lolled forward, his pale hands hanging limply at his sides. But then he stirred. "What just happened?" he mumbled. "You passed out, that's what. Seriously, how much did you even drink?" "Work stress, maybe. Anyway, let's keep going, no one's leaving until we're all wasted tonight." As the group disappeared, Han Qingxia leaned against her car, her expression unreadable. She glanced at her phone. Today was the 9th. In her previous life, the zombie outbreak had begun on the 11th. The end was near. She returned to the hotel where she was staying. Her room was already overflowing with things. Earlier, she had greeted the front desk staff, requested deliveries to her room, and left the door open for them to place everything inside. Now the space was a chaotic sea of items strewn across the table, the floor, even the bed. Among them, several boxes of fried chicken still steamed faintly, their savory aroma curling into the air like a ghost of indulgence. With a single wave of her hand, Han Qingxia methodically stowed all of it into her personal storage space, the action as fluid and practiced as a magician's sleight of hand. Tonight, she would rest here. Tomorrow, she would leave. After all, money spent must not be wasted. Before sleeping, she pushed her body to the brink with 3 hours of grueling physical training, her muscles trembling as she forced herself past every limit. Only when her strength was utterly spent did she step into the shower, the hot water cascading over her like a balm against exhaustion. Afterward, she checked the surveillance feeds from her underground bunker and warehouse. Everything was secure. She activated the video bot and exchanged a few words with Xia Tian, instructing it to keep watch over her supplies. "I'll be back first thing in the morning," she said. Xia Tian, programmed with unnervingly human-like responsiveness, acknowledged her orders and obediently settled into the kennel within the warehouse, its glowing eyes scanning the surroundings with mechanical vigilance. Han Qingxia slept deeply, undisturbed until 6 o'clock the next morning. She was jolted awake by the wail of sirens, police cars, and ambulances, their sounds slicing through the city like a blade. The hotel was located in the heart of downtown, its soundproofing excellent. But she was a light sleeper, attuned to even the slightest disturbance. At the first echo of the sirens, she leapt out of bed and rushed to the window. Pulling back the curtain, she peered down. Below, the streets teemed with chaos, police cars and ambulances, their lights flashing in a frenetic rhythm of urgency. Not far from the hotel lay a cluster of bars and entertainment venues, the kind of places that drew throngs of people even in the early hours. The emergency vehicles were crowded at their entrances, and from one bar, paramedics were carrying out several blood-soaked bodies. A dark thought unfurled in her mind, cold and unrelenting. Just then, hurried footsteps and frantic knocking sounded from outside her door. Grabbing a shovel she had stashed nearby, Han Qingxia approached cautiously. She peered through the peephole. It was a hotel staff member, young woman, her expression taut with unease. Though her face was pale, there were no visible injuries or blood stains on her. "What is it?" Han Qingxia asked through the door. "Based in with housekeeping. We've received multiple reports of guests fainting and calling for help. Are you all right?" "In fine," she replied curtly. "Please remain in your room for now. The hotel will extend your stay at no charge. Thank you for your patience." The staff member hurried off to the next room, her footsteps fading down the corridor. But Han Qingxia's nerves were taut as a bowstring. The end of days had come early. She had to leave. No. Snatching up her car keys, she began packing. Not a single complimentary bottle of water, toiletry, or snack was left behind. When she opened the door, she saw the same staff member at the far end of the hallway, knocking repeatedly on another door. After several unanswered attempts, the woman used a key card to unlock it and stepped inside. Han Qingxia watched as the staff member disappeared into the room. Moments later, a panic shot echoed down the hallway. Sir, are you all right?" "A guest has fainted, send help immediately." The staff member's voice crackled through her earpiece as she called for assistance. Han Qingxia strode toward the elevator. As she entered an empty car and pressed the button to descend, she noticed another elevator rising alongside hers. The doors opened to reveal a team of hotel staff, their faces grim as they charged toward the farthest room. Before the doors of her elevator closed, a piercing scream cut through the air. That voice was unmistakable. The zombie virus had broken out. Han Qingxia's heart pounded as she stared at the descending numbers on the elevator panel. Without hesitation, she pressed the button for the 5th floor instead of the lobby. This hotel was part of a larger complex connected to a shopping mall. From 2 basement levels up to the 5th floor, the building was a sprawling retail space, the same one she had explored yesterday. It was 6 in the morning. The mall was still closed. The earliest employees wouldn't arrive until 8. For now it was a true no man's land. In an apocalypse, the most dangerous thing was the infected. It was people. She had to avoid the crowds. The 5th floor was shrouded in darkness when she stepped out of the elevator. Not a single light was on. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint echoes of screams from outside. She glanced out a window and saw chaos spilling into the streets. A man drenched in blood staggered out of a bar and lunged at a woman jogging nearby. He tackled her to the ground, his teeth sinking into her abdomen. The woman's screams were guttural, animalistic, but they couldn't stop him. He tore into her flesh with a ferocity that defied reason, his face smeared with gore as he devoured her organ chart, lungs, everything. The city wasn't fully awake yet, but the streets were already a battlefield. Police officers tried to intervene, pulling the man off the woman. She lay in a pool of blood, motionless. No one noticed when her fingers began to twitch. The spasms grew more violent until, suddenly, she went still. Miss, are you? Her eyes snapped open, cloudy and lifeless. With a guttural snarl, she lunged at the officer trying to help her. The scene dissolved into pandemonium. Han Qingxia stood at the fifth-floor window, watching it all unfold. This was it. The apocalypse. The world she knew so well. It had come early, an entire day ahead of schedule. Welcome to the era of the end. Turning on her heel, she sprinted toward the escalators. She needed to reach the parking garage, avoiding the elevators entirely. The mall was deserted, its shelves glittering with untouched merchandise. The sight stopped her in her tracks. Supplies. How could she leave such a treasure trove untouched? Even in flight, she wouldn't leave empty-handed. Just as she was about to act, a voice echoed in her mind. Bane, Superlord system activated. 2-hour time limit. For every 10,000 yuan worth of goods collected, 1 cubic meter of storage space will be awarded. Ripping her baseball bat, Han Qingxia froze. A divine assist. With a sharp crack, she shattered the glass display in front of her. Everything she touched vanished into her storage space, as if swallowed by an invisible vortex. She no longer cared about security cameras. Who would bother reviewing footage in a world that was already falling apart? Being detected, pieces of fashion apparel valued at yuan, reward, cubic meters of storage. Being detected, pieces of men's clothing valued at yuan, reward, cubic meters of storage. Being detected, wedding gowns valued at million yuan, reward, cubic meters of storage. Men's wear, women's wear, children's clothing, lingerie, shoes, bags, wedding dresses, she took it all. This looting spree was far more satisfying than her first scavenging trip. No matter how thoroughly she had cleaned out her home, it was nothing compared to this. Here, every single shop was a gold mine worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Store by store, she swept through, leaving nothing but barren shelves in her wake. Within the span of an hour, Han Qingxia had plundered every floor of the luxury mall, leaving no store untouched. Everything was hers for the taking: women's fashion, men's suits, children's clothes, athletic wear, shoes and socks, handbags, watches, cosmetics. Even the high-end jewelry boutiques on the lower levels, with their glittering diamonds and gold, were not spared. The latest pineapple phones and laptops swept clean. In America, they had Apple; in China, pineapple. The sky serums, the little light bulb creams, the Lemmer moisturizers she could never afford before gone in an instant. Those designer handbags, the ones that required special orders and waiting lists, now hers in abundance. And the display cases, always gleaming with oversized diamond rings, radiant gemstones, jade pendants, and heavy gold chains, emptied in a blink. Her personal storage space had extended to over 14,000 cubic meters now, a cavernous void that seemed to grow with each indulgent sweep of her hand. Luxury items were absurdly expensive, after all. A single handbag could cost tens of thousands, but the stores rarely kept much inventory on hand. Most luxury brands displayed only a thin veneer of goods, with customers needing to place orders for anything substantial. As for the truly elite items, those priced in the millions, this mall didn't even carry them. If it had, her storage space might have ballooned to unimaginable proportions. Luxury, she thought, was wealth incarnate. Ascending to the food court, Han Qingxia moved with purpose. She had already raided this area yesterday, though at the time, she had paid for her spoils. It felt like a waste in hindsight, but it had saved her time, a resource far more precious now. The zombie virus had just begun to spread, and the world was still caught in a haze of disbelief and panic. She had 2 hours to finish her sweep and escape before the roads became impassable. Yesterday's purchases had been strategic. Without them, she wouldn't have had the luxury of lingering in this maze of cheap, scattered eateries today. Still, as she darted through the food court, she couldn't resist grabbing a few essentials: an oven, an ice cream maker, a coffee machine, tools for a future where she could craft her own little pleasures. She moved at full speed, skating past rows of shops until she reached the sprawling supermarket she had raided the day before. Yesterday, She had spent over $1 million here, and yet, it had barely made a dent in the store's vast inventory. Vaulting over the barriers, she landed in the supermarket with feeling grace and began her work in earnest. She swept the shelves clean, one by one. An entire rack of chocolate. A full shelf of biscuits. Another of potato chips. Then came the deli section, sausages by the dozen, roasted meats in their glistening cases. She stormed into the back kitchens, where industrial freezers held frozen hams and chilled roast chickens. Everything she had purchased yesterday, she now claimed with ruthless efficiency. In less than 30 minutes, the massive warehouse-style supermarket was stripped bare. By the end, she was skating through the aisles, wearing rollerblades to maximize her speed, her movements fluid and relentless. When the supermarket was finally empty, she checked her watch. 20 minutes remained. That was when she noticed the staff elevator. Large supermarkets like this always had their own storage warehouses. Han Qingxia stepped into the elevator, its metallic walls reflecting her determined expression. As the doors slid open, she was greeted by a sight that made her heart race, rows upon rows of neatly stacked boxes, each one brimming with goods. Hundreds of crates of premium rice. Hundreds more of imported snacks. Alcohol, condiments, toiletries, sanitary products, everything imaginable, all packed and waiting in this cavernous storage space. So this, she thought, was where yesterday's $1 million haul had come from. There was still so much left. Gliding through the aisles on her skates, she moved like a shadow, leaving emptiness in her wake. Row by row, crate by crate, she absorbed it all. By the time the system's 2-hour countdown reached 0, she was drenched in sweat. She cracked open an ice-cold soda, the carbonation fizzing against her parched lips, and surveyed the now empty warehouse. Her storage space had expanded to over 14,800 cubic meters. Small, if you thought about it in abstract terms, a cube roughly 25 meters on each side. But vast when you considered its implications, large enough to rival a 10-story building. And yet, everything she had taken filled less than 1% of its capacity, barely enough to cover a single floor. The city's largest mall now lay barren, its riches folded neatly into her private domain. Satisfied, Han Qingxia smiled. She swapped her rollerblades for running shoes, tossed the empty soda bottle onto the floor of the desolate warehouse, and made her way back through the employee stairwell. She didn't trust the elevators, not entirely, but she had a plan. Before leaving, she sent one of them down to the underground parking lot, letting its mechanical hum echo through the building. If there were zombies lurking below, the sound might draw them away. Safety first. Her footsteps were light, but swift as she descended the stairs. By the time she reached level B, the elevator she had dispatched earlier arrived with a soft chime. In. The sound was followed by a sudden commotion. A woman, disheveled and frantic, bolted toward the elevator, her screams piercing the air. "Help me, please help me." Behind her, 2 figures in blood-stained uniforms lumbered forward, their movements jerky and unnatural. "Stay back, don't come any closer," the woman shrieked, her voice rising in desperation. "There's someone in the elevator. Take her instead." She lunged toward the elevator, intending to shove its occupant out as a human shield. But when the doors slid fully open, the space inside was empty. Her momentary hesitation was her undoing. The creatures behind her pounced, dragging her to the ground. "Don't bite me, don't bite me, look at me, your manager, whine," she screamed, her voice breaking into sobs. "Please don't." In her final moments, her eyes darted toward the stairwell, where the door creaked open. A young woman in simple athletic wear stepped out, her expression calm and detached. The dying woman froze, recognition flickering in her bloodshot eyes. Wasn't that the girl she had insulted yesterday, calling her a penniless nobody? "Help me," she cried, her voice hoarse with desperation. "Please, I'll give you a gold card. No, I'll give you clothes in pieces, 100 pieces, anything you want, just save me." Han Qingxia said nothing. She held a baseball bat in one hand, her grip steady, her gaze cold. And then she turned and walked away, her footsteps deliberate and unhurried. The woman's screams grew louder, more frantic, as Han Qingxia disappeared into the shadows. "Thank you," she murmured under her breath, her voice barely audible over the chaos. "For being useful, even at the end." Moments later, the engine of her car roared to life. With a single, decisive motion, she slammed her foot on the accelerator, speeding out of the parking lot. The city was beginning to stir. It was just past 8 in the morning, and the streets were waking to a nightmare. The zombie virus, which had erupted at dawn, had thrown everything into disarray. In the first 2 hours, confusion and terror reigned. The earliest victims were the ones who had risen before the sun: breakfast vendors, sanitation workers, bus drivers, and the staff of our establishments. In spaces where people gathered in close proximity, a single infection was enough to unleash chaos. By now, emergency hotlines were overwhelmed. Calls to and rang endlessly, unanswered. The city's infrastructure was collapsing under the weight of its own panic. Next came the office workers. The mall where Han Qingxia had been scavenging was just beginning its workday. For those reliant on public transportation, there was a grim sort of luck: most were stranded on the roads, unable to reach their destinations. But for those who had boarded the buses and trains, there would be no escape. Getting into the car was only the beginning of hell. Reports of elderly passengers collapsing on buses were rampant. But the terrifying truth was this: the moment they rose again, there was no escape for anyone on board. For the fortunate few who managed to reach their workplaces unscathed, like Manager Wang earlier, the nightmare continued. Some had their own vehicles, others rode electric scooters, navigating the chaos with a stroke of luck. But upon arrival, they were greeted by locked doors and unanswered questions. Small groups gathered outside, puzzled, only to be interrupted by the sight of a blood-drenched figure staggering toward them. This was the dawn of the apocalypse. At first, no one thought of anything beyond a street brawl or some lurking danger. A few well-meaning souls rushed forward to help, only to earn themselves a swift, irrevocable transformation into the undead. Across the city, this grim pattern repeated itself. Neighborhoods, streets, and districts all were falling, one by one. Han Qingxia knew better than anyone, this was just the start. Thousands, perhaps millions, were still holed up in their homes, oblivious to the spreading horror. Now was the time to act, to leave before the masses caught on. Soon, there would be a surge of panic departures, and the entire transportation system would collapse under the weight of it. "Help, please." A young woman suddenly appeared in front of Han Qingxia's car, arms outstretched. By the roadside, her boyfriend was crouched, supporting an elderly woman who had fallen. "Stop the car, someone's fainted here, please, can you take her to the hospital?" The woman stood squarely in the middle of the road, blocking the car's path. The street was eerily empty and Qingxia's vehicle the only one in sight. It was as if the city itself had been hollowed out, with emergency services unreachable, their lines perpetually busy. Spotting the car was a miracle in itself, and the woman was determined not to let it pass her by. Han Qingxia's gaze was cold, her eyes narrowing as her foot pressed down hard on the accelerator. Whoosh! The car roared forward, its engine a feral snarl. The woman barely managed to leap aside, her face pale with terror. For a moment, she stood frozen, trembling. "You maniac, you could have killed me," she screamed, her voice rising to a fever pitch. "What kind of person are you? Heartless, selfish, a cold-blooded psycho." "Are you okay?" her boyfriend called out, rushing to her side. "That woman, she didn't even slow down, she almost ran me over." "Just let it go," the man said, his voice tense. "There are selfish bastards everywhere. Not everyone's like us. Take a picture of her car and post it online later, expose her for what she is." But before he could say more, a guttural scream tore through the air. The old woman he had been helping suddenly lunged at him, her mouth clamping down on his neck with a ferocity that defied human strength. Blood sprayed in an arc, painting the pavement in crimson. "Ah no, let him go." The young woman's screams turned to sobs as she swung her purse wildly at the attacker. Her blows landed with a dull thud, but the old woman, oh, the creature didn't flinch. Its body moved with a grotesque, unnatural rhythm, joints bending at impossible angles. Its eyes, clouded and lifeless, locked onto her with an insatiable hunger. The woman's terror deepened as realization dawned. This wasn't some deranged person or a freak accident. This was something else entirely. Asami. Before she could process the thought, her boyfriend, no one of them, pounced, dragging her to the ground. His teeth sank into her neck, silencing her screams. From the driver's seat of her car, Han Qingxia glanced in the rearview mirror, catching a fleeting glimpse of the carnage. Her expression didn't waver. Her focus remained fixed on the road ahead. Kindness. Compassion. Those were luxuries reserved for heaven. This was hell. With a steely resolve, she floored the gas pedal, the car surging forward like a bullet. The chaos around her grew worse with every mile. Cars and pedestrians clogged the streets, fleeing in the opposite direction. At an intersection ahead, several vehicles lay overturned, blocking most of the lanes. Smoke billowed from their wrecks, and the air was thick with the coppery scent of blood. Clusters of zombies swarmed the wreckage, their hands clawing at shattered windows as they tore into the screaming occupants inside. The sound of flesh being ripped apart was punctuated by the wet, visceral squelch of feeding. Han Qingxia's grip tightened on the steering wheel. This route was a mistake. And then she sighted a massive red cross looming in the distance. Damn it. A hospital. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. Of course the outbreak here was worse. Hospitals were ground zero for this kind of thing. Bang bang bang. Zombies hurled themselves at her car, their bodies slamming against the sides as she plowed through. A nurse, her uniform stained with blood, leaped onto the hood, her face inches from the windshield. Her features were a grotesque parody of humanity. One eye dangled from its socket, swaying with every movement, while her nose was nothing but a gaping hole. Her lips, smeared with what looked like fresh lipstick, stretched unnaturally wide as she bared her teeth in a feral snarl. "Get off my car," Han Qingxia muttered, her voice icy. With a sharp turn of the wheel, she sent the nurse flying, her body tumbling across the pavement. Zombies were nothing to fear. She had killed too many of them to be faced. But as she sped away, the road ahead erupted in chaos once more. A massive freight truck, its brakes failing, collided with a line of smaller vehicles, its hulking frame blocking the entire intersection. There was no time to stop. Boom. The impact sent Han Qingxia's car skidding to a halt, the airbags deploying with a deafening hiss. Her head slammed against the cushion, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Damn it," she swore under her breath, shaking off the disorientation. The car was totaled. Outside, the groans of the undead grew louder, their shambling forms closing in. Han Qingxia reached for the iron shovel she kept by her side. A weapon of choice, it was crude but effective. Blades could get stuck in bone, but a shovel, it could crush a skull with a single swing. And so she stepped out, ready to face the horde. This was her world now. And she would survive it. The scene that unfolded was none other than the area near the hotel Han Qingxia had fled from earlier that morning. The street lined with bars was cordoned off by a glaringly conspicuous police line, stretching wide and taut like a wound hastily stitched together. Behind the barrier, officers were locked in a desperate struggle, deploying smoke grenades and other crowd control weapons in a futile attempt to disperse the surging throng. The chaos was palpable, a cacophony of shrill screams piercing through the dense, choking fog. Amid the haze, heads bobbed and collided like flotsam in a stormy sea. Cars lay overturned, their frames twisted and shattered, others bore the scars of violent blows, windows shattered into jagged teeth. Even emergency vehicles, ambulances, their sirens now eerily silent, were stranded in the epicenter of the pandemonium. The medical staff, nowhere to be seen, swallowed by the chaos. It was clear, when the crisis erupted, many had tried to escape. Few succeeded. Move back, get away. A police officer stationed at the perimeter shouted hoarsely, his voice fraying at the edges as he drove away the curious and the desperate alike. This scene is truly horrific, a reporter declared, his face taut with urgency as he surveyed the unfolding disaster. We still don't know the cause of the chaos. Let's try to interview someone who knows more. Just then, his gaze snagged on a figure stumbling out of the smoke. A man, visibly injured, his movements erratic. The reporter, seizing the moment, signaled his cameraman and rushed toward him. "Sir, excuse me, can you tell us?" A natural scream tore through the air, cutting him off. The camera jolted violently, spinning in an unseeing whirl of sky and asphalt, as though the cameraman himself had been wrenched from his post. When the lens finally hit the ground with a sickening thud, it captured a single, harrowing image, the reporter, pinned beneath the man who had emerged from the fog. Blood erupted in a grotesque spray, splattering the camera's viewfinder before the screen abruptly cut to black. A sharp beep. The live broadcast terminated. At home, viewers sat frozen before their screens, paralyzed by the visceral horror of what they had just witnessed. Han Qingxia, perched on her sofa, arched a delicate brow as she watched the local station signal dissolve into static. Her timing had been impeccable. Had she lingered even a moment longer, her escape would have been anything but smooth. With a flick of her wrist, she switched the channel. The provincial station. Unlike the city network, which had the advantage of live reporting, the provincial channel was still airing pre-prepared segments, blissfully unaware of the chaos gripping the streets. After a dry economic update, the anchor, still smiling with practiced cheer, transitioned seamlessly into a public health advisory. The flu season continues to spread. We urge everyone to limit outdoor activities and avoid cross-infection. Suddenly, the broadcast was interrupted. A man drenched in blood staggered onto the set, collapsing heavily across the anchor's desk. The anchor's professional composure cracked, his face a mask of shock and mounting dread. He turned instinctively toward the control room, his eyes widening in abject terror at whatever he saw there. Switchy began to bark into his earpiece, but his command was cut short. A bloodied man, who had moments ago been motionless, lunged forward with a feral snarl. A scream. Then another beep. The screen went dark. This was not an isolated incident. Across the country, television stations were falling silent, one by one. Some succumbed early, their signals dissolving into static, while others crumbled live on air, their collapses witnessed by horrified audiences in real time. By nightfall, it was clear, every institution was failing, one after another. Beep beep beep. Han Qingxia flipped through channel after channel, only to find static and black screens. The only exceptions were a few stations pre-programmed to play cartoons or reruns of old dramas. And then, as if on cue, all interrupted signals were overridden by the national broadcaster. A stark black screen. White text scrolled across it. Emergency notice. A nationwide outbreak of violent attacks has been reported. All citizens are advised to stay indoors. All schools are suspended. All businesses and public institutions are closed. Secure your doors and windows. Await rescue. Await rescue. Await rescue. The message repeated, the final words hammering home their grim urgency. Await rescue. Han Qingxia stared at the screen, her expression unreadable. The scene was hauntingly familiar. In her previous life, when the apocalypse had first erupted, the television stations had broadcast a similar announcement. At the time, people clung to the hope that the crisis would soon be contained, that the government's reassurances were more than empty promises. But they were wrong. This was no ordinary disaster. This was annihilation. The zombie virus was an unsolvable plague. The only effective measure, in hindsight, had been immediate and ruthless, sealing off all infected areas and exterminating any minimum who bore even the slightest wound. By the time the authorities grasped the gravity of the situation, it was too late. The virus had spread like wildfire, its tendrils reaching into every corner of society. The government's strategy shifted from containment to abandonment, leaving local communities to fend for themselves. And then silence. No more broadcasts. No more directives. The machinery of the state had crumbled. By the time the masses realized the extent of their abandonment, their pantries were bare, their supplies exhausted. No one was coming to save them. And that was when the true apocalypse began. Survival became a solitary endeavor, a grim race to scavenge dwindling resources. In her past life, Han Qingxia had been extraordinarily lucky. She had been at a hospital when the outbreak began, witnessing the first horrifying mutations. Armed with this knowledge, she had rushed home with her sister-in-law and immediately barricaded her family inside, sealing every door and window. For 3 days and 3 nights, her neighborhood had echoed with the screams of those who hadn't acted quickly enough. Every household that opened its door met the same fate, annihilation. Gradually, survivors discovered the rules. Silence was survival. Closed doors and shuttered windows were shields against the undead. While others cowered, paralyzed by fear, Han Qingxia took action. She armed herself, wrapping her body in layers of protective gear, and ventured out to the neighborhood supermarket. The zombies, still in the early stages of their transformation, were sluggish and uncoordinated. Most people had yet grasped the scope of the crisis and remained cloistered in their homes. Navigating cautiously, Han Qingxia managed to stockpile supplies and return unscathed. Her family had initially refused to let her back in, fearing she might have been infected. It was only after her younger sister, Xia Qian, began calling out to her from inside, her cries attracting more and more zombies, that they reluctantly opened the door. Once inside, Han Qingxia distributed the supplies and shared survival strategies she had devised. She even led her brother Han Yin and their father on subsequent supply runs, exploiting the early chaos to gather resources before others dared to venture out. But the reprieve was short-lived. As supplies dwindled, desperation set in. Neighbor turned against neighbor, and the apocalypse entered its second stage, violent competition for resources. By the time their local stores were stripped bare, the death toll had climbed again. Through it all, Han Qingxia remained vigilant, fending off scavengers who tried to seize their stockpiles. She protected her family until the long-awaited rescue vehicles arrived. The third stage of the apocalypse. Rescue. When Han Qingxia learned of the evacuation plans through a radio broadcast, she wasted no time. But her family resisted. They believed that as long as Han Qingxia was with them, they were safer at home. After all, the rescue convoy announced on the radio wasn't some omnipotent force that would speed to wherever you were and pluck you out of danger. No, there was only one designated rescue route. The broadcast listed a handful of relatively safe zones, urging residents to converge there. The convoy would pick up whoever managed to reach those points when it passed through. But the risk, it loomed large, like a shadow stretching across the horizon. For the Han family, the realization that the nearest rescue point was far from their current location bred a deep unease. The elderly, the pregnant, what if something happened along the way? The thought alone was enough to paralyze them with fear. But Han Qingxia, ever the voice of reason, pleaded with them, her words laced with both logic and emotion. "Don't cling to this fleeting comfort," she urged. "Only at the rescue point will we truly be safe. There will be food distributed by the government. Han Yin's wife will have a safe place to give birth, and Grandma Han will have a secure spot to live out her days. This is our chance." Her voice softened, but her gaze remained firm. "Mark my words, this rescue effort won't last forever. If we miss this opportunity, there might not be another." After hours of deliberation, the family finally relented, agreeing to her plan. They gathered all their supplies and set out. Han Qingxia's instincts proved correct. They caught the very last and only wave of rescue efforts. Not long after, the city was abandoned altogether. The sheer number of zombies overwhelmed any hope of maintaining control. It was deemed more practical to evacuate a select group, establish a safe zone, and fortify it as a base. This marked the fourth phase of the apocalypse, the rise of base civilizations. Those who joined the bases early were undeniably fortunate. They received free supplies, free housing. But those who came later, they were stripped of everything they owned and left to fend for themselves, building makeshift shelters with whatever scraps they could scavenge. The later you entered, the harsher the reality. Han Qingxia had been right all along. She always seemed to be. But her one fatal mistake, treating the Han family as her own. She poured her heart and soul into ensuring their survival, only to be repaid with treachery. When the time came, they shoved her out to face the zombies alone, a sacrificial pawn in their desperate bid for safety. That moment when she felt their betrayal as sharply as a blade was the moment she woke up. Truly woke up. People, she realized, must learn to love themselves first. To grow up. To stop yearning for things that were never truly theirs. The idea of family. For her, it had always been a delusion. Against all odds, Han Qingxia survived. She clawed her way through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, eventually finding refuge in another base. But she was the same. Her heart had hardened, her perspective irrevocably altered. She no longer craved love or affection. Cold-blooded and rebellious to her core, she thrived in the fifth phase of the apocalypse, the era of awakened abilities. She became the only non-powered individual to command a self-defense squad, carving out a place for herself among the supernaturally gifted. Her squad consistently ranked first, a testament to her leadership and resilience. Everyone knew, if Han Qingxia had even a shred of supernatural ability, she wouldn't just lead a squad to rule the entire base. Her strength came from within, an unyielding force that no external power could replicate. But as time passed, the divide between humans and zombies grew more insurmountable. The bases, scattered and fragmented, became cesspools of chaos and intrigue. Where people gathered, so too did schemes and betrayals. Han Qingxia met her end during a siege on her base, surrounded by the undead. Enough, she muttered, rubbing her temples. She pulled herself from the mire of past memories, her expression resolute. The fragmented bases of the future weren't sanctuaries for humanity. In their infancy, they were lawless, brutal places where survival of the fittest reigned supreme. They weren't heavens for ordinary people, they were harness for the ruthless. Even in her previous life, Han Qingxia had only risen to prominence in the base through sheer ferocity, carving out a reputation that made others think twice before crossing her. In a place like that, kindness was a liability. This, she declared, her gaze sweeping over the makeshift bunker she had painstakingly constructed, is my base. Her eyes gleamed with determination. She would fortify this place, turning it into an unassailable fortress of steel and stone. After flipping through a few radio channels and confirming there was no useful information, just static and silence, as she rose to her feet. There was work to be done. The reinforcement period for her base wasn't over yet. After a hearty meal, she took her dog, Summer, to the edge of her garden. She sectioned off a small area and began constructing a crude pen out of branches and dried wood she had scavenged earlier. Once the pen was complete, she waved her hand. 20 or so chickens and ducks, purchased in preparation for this moment, scurried inside. She then set up a separate enclosure for 2 young goats, ensuring they had their own space. Yeep, livestock detected, chickens, ducks, goats. Reward, maximum reproductive health and immunity to disease. Han Qingxia stared, wide-eyed, as a hen clucked its way across the pen, laying a warm, fresh egg right before her eyes. A golden ticket, she thought, her lips curving into a rare smile. She wasted no time. Next, she scouted a spot near her orchard, a low-lying area close to her well. Perfect for a pond. Digging was grueling work, each shovel full of earth a testament to her endurance. It took her an entire day, but by evening, she had a modestly sized rectangular pond. She chiseled out a channel from her well, allowing water to flow into the pond. As it filled, she divided the space into 2 sections, one for fish, the other for shrimp, to prevent the fish from preying on the shrimp. Yeep, aquatic habitats detected, fish pond, shrimp pond. Reward, maximum reproductive health and immunity to disease. Relief washed over her. She had worried about the technicalities of aquaculture, but the system had taken care of everything. With her livestock and aquatic habitats thriving, Han Qingxia turned her attention back to fortifying her base. Her experience as a squad leader in her previous life had given her a keen understanding of defense. The basics were already in place: a high-voltage electric fence, razor wire, a reinforced steel gate, and a sturdy bunker. Now, she needed offensive measures. While large-scale weapons were beyond her reach, she could manage simpler defenses like traps. Leaving Summer to guard the base, she ventured into the nearby forest, digging tent pit traps along the most likely approach routes. At a time she finished, her muscles ached, but satisfaction warmed her chest. Eep, traps detected. Forward trap attack power increased by times. Before she could celebrate, another notification echoed in her mind. Eep, base reinforcement period complete. Initiating evaluation. ASIC security measures completed. ASIC storage facilities completed. ASIC energy infrastructure completed. ASIC sustainable agricultural and livestock productivity completed. ASIC combat capabilities configured. Base War Dog 1. Completion rate 50%. Award grade gift pack. Congratulations. Base security has been enhanced by 100%. Precision crossbow turret, short arrows bundles, state-of-the-art, high-function armored vehicle, fuel reserves, 1,000 tons. As the system's rewards descended, Han Qingxia's base underwent yet another transformation, emerging anew like a phoenix rising from its ashes. The electrified barbed wire and heavy gate doubled in both height and thickness, exuding an unshakable aura of safety, a fortress against the chaos of the world. Above her underground bunker, a sleek, tower-like crossbow turret now jetted into the sky, casting a shadow that seemed to stretch endlessly. Within her storage space, 1,000 tons of fuel materialized alongside a gleaming, luxurious armored vehicle that seemed almost too perfect to be real. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia summoned the vehicle into the open. The massive armored car, adorned with a camouflage pattern, shimmered in the sunlight, its steel exterior radiating an unyielding, cool dominance. She climbed inside, her fingers brushing over the controls, with a familiarity born of a past life spent behind the wheels of countless military vehicles. But this was something else entirely. Its off-road capabilities were unparalleled, its defensive systems a fortress on wheels. The vehicle came equipped with a small caliber flamethrower turret, its engine and weaponry seamlessly powered by fuel. The tires, reinforced by the system's enhancements, were tougher than steel treads, yet retained an uncanny agility and speed. The body's structural integrity was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary armored car, a juggernaut in every sense of the word. Hidden panels lined the exterior, ready to deploy at the touch of a button from within the cockpit. With a single command, the vehicle could bristle with steel spikes, transforming into a porcupine of destruction. Han Qingxia could already envision herself plowing through hordes of zombies, an unstoppable force amidst the apocalypse. This is a masterpiece, she murmured, her voice reverent. After taking the vehicle for a spin, testing every function and marveling at its perfection, she reluctantly climbed out, her eyes lingering on it like a mother unwilling to part with her child. From the vehicle, she made her way to the newly constructed tower. Inside the bunker, a two-story staircase now spiraled upward, leading her into the heart of the system's latest reward, the precision crossbow turret. 8 elongated windows framed the turret, each a sniper's dream, offering an unobstructed view of the surrounding 1,000-meter radius. At the tower's center stood the crossbow itself, capable of a full-degree rotation. Beside it, 10 neatly stacked bundles of short arrows rested, each bundle containing 100 steel-tipped, barbed arrows. Han Qingxia plucked an arrow, its weight solid and reassuring in her hand. She loaded it onto the crossbow, her movements fluid, practiced. Her gaze settled on the bird perched at the edge of her domain. The arrow flew. A whisper of sound, a sharp hiss slicing through the air. A dull thud. The bird crumpled, lifeless, its body pierced clean through. Han Qingxia descended the tower, her loyal dog, Summer, trotting at her heels. Together, they approached the fallen bird. Its feathers were ruffled, its eyes glassy, and the arrow had skewered it with brutal efficiency. She retrieved the arrow, its barbs making the task laborious, but necessary. Silent, lethal, devastatingly effective, she muttered, turning the arrow in her hand. The perfect weapon for the apocalypse. Satisfied, she returned to the bunker, her mind already racing with possibilities. The base was growing stronger, more impenetrable with each passing day. And this was only the beginning. The system's reward had been great. Oh, what treasures awaited her at higher levels of completion. Her thoughts drifted to the glaring gap in her base's combat capabilities. 50%. The number nodded her, a reminder of her lone companion, Summer. Not enough dogs, she mused, glancing at the German shepherd at her side. I'll need more. Come on, Summer, time for dinner. Woof woof. After a hearty meal, Han Qingxia settled in front of her computer. The third day of the apocalypse. The internet still clung to life, though it was only a matter of time before it too succumbed. The water supply had already been promised. Countless zombie corpses floated in the reservoirs of the city's water treatment plants, contaminating the source within hours of the outbreak. Electricity, however, endured at least for now. Smaller cities had plunged into darkness almost immediately, their fragile grids collapsing under the strain. Larger urban centers, like a city, might hold up for 3 to 6 months. Han Qingxia remembered the timeline vividly. In her past life, a city had lasted 3 months before the lights went out, plunging its survivors into a darkness that was both literal and metaphorical. Without power, the internet would vanish, and with it, the last fragile threads connecting the remnants of humanity. For now, though, the forums buzzed with desperate voices. Help, entrapped in my bedroom, my parents are pounding on the door, trying to get in, I haven't eaten in 3 days, my last bottle of soda is gone, someone, please save me. Does anyone know the owner of Unida in Shangxi Garden? My girlfriend's been missing for 3 days, I need to know if she's okay. Been out of water, there's still a little food left, but no water. What am I supposed to do without water? They said there'd be rescue teams. Where are they? I've been waiting for 3 days. Day 3 of the apocalypse. The hallways are filled with screams. The fridge is almost empty. My dad says I have to go out and find food for my younger siblings. He says if I don't, he'll throw me out, in the oldest, so I have to contribute. Wish me luck. Stay strong, everyone. Han Qingxia's eyes skimmed the posts, pausing on one titled Hoping for Eternal Sunshine. The author, a young girl, had been documenting her experiences. Her story was painfully familiar. A mother lost too soon. A father who remarried. A stepmother who bore new children, relegating her to the shadows. The girl's latest post was only 5 minutes old. Han Qingxia's fingers hovered over the keyboard before she began to type. Arm yourself first, wear the thickest, sturdiest clothes you have, wrap your arms and legs with duct tape of 3 layers, put on a helmet, pack a bag, plan your route. Your goal is the nearest convenience store, and deviate. If you have a shovel or a baseball bat, take one, if not use a piece of your bed frame. Then take a kitchen knife if you want to cut through a zombie, and you'll only get it stuck in for the head. Their weakness is the brain. Don't be afraid of them. In these early days, fear is your greatest enemy. She hit send, her message disappearing into the void. Perhaps it was the faint glimmer of her own younger self reflected in that girl's eyes that stirred something within Han Qingxia. Without hesitation, she generously bestowed upon the girl a set of survival tips earned wisdom, honed by experience. Yet, whether the girl would heed her advice or even comprehend it, that was a matter of fate, not charity. Han Qingxia sent the message and set her phone aside, her mind already shifting to the task at hand. She had made up her mind, in the coming days, she would push her body to reclaim its peak condition, no matter the cost. The air inside the bunker was heavy, almost stifling, as she began her grueling physical training. The sharp scent of sweat and rusted metal filled her lungs, mingling with the faint hum of fluorescent lights overhead. Just as she settled into the rhythm of her exercises, a crisp, mechanical voice echoed in her mind, clear as a bell. "In. Super Lord system activated. 10-day challenge initiated. Enhance combat capabilities to earn rewards. Final rewards based on completion rating." Han Qingxia froze mid-motion, her breath catching in her throat. "What?" she muttered, her voice a mixture of disbelief and exhilaration. The system's words reverberated in her head, igniting a fire in her chest. She clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. If there was a reward at stake, she would stop at nothing to achieve a perfect score. 354. 355. Her voice was hoarse, each count punctuated by labored breaths. Sweat dripped from her brow, pooling on the cold concrete floor beneath her. By the time she completed her 306th set, her body was trembling, her muscles screaming in protest. She collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent, her limbs heavy as lead. Yet, beneath the exhaustion, there was a flicker of exhilaration, a tangible sense of progress. She could feel her limits being shattered, her strength growing with each grueling repetition. The exercises were not her own invention, but had been taught to her by Xu Xiaoyang, her most loyal subordinate in a past life. A former soldier, Xu had been abandoned during a rescue mission when the apocalypse first erupted, his comrades scattered or slain. Alone and adrift, he had stumbled into Han Qingxia's base, a shadow of the man he once was. She had saved him, and in return, he had pledged his unwavering loyalty to her. His silence was his strength, his discipline unyielding. In a world where betrayal was commonplace, Xu Xiaoyang had been her most reliable buddy until the day he fell, sacrificing himself to protect her during a zombie siege. As she held off the sweat and prepared a simple meal, her thoughts lingered on those memories, bittersweet and distant. But this was a new life, a new timeline. The people and events of her past were unlikely to cross her path again. She had summer now, and that was enough. The scent of freshly steamed rice filled the air as she set the table. 10 packets of ready-to-eat meals warmed in the microwave, their savory aromas mingling with the sizzle of eggs frying in oil. 5 golden yolks glistened, their edges crisp and fragrant. She poured herself a bottle of cola, the hiss of carbonation a small comfort in the quiet solitude of the bunker. With her meal piled high in a single bowl, she settled in front of her computer, the electric glow of the screen casting long shadows across the room. The food was a feast, a stark contrast to the scarcity that plagued the outside world. She had more than enough supply eggs from her chickens, meat from her livestock, and a garden that flourished under her care. While others scavenged and starved, she thrived, her bunker a fortress against the chaos. As she ate, she noticed a flurry of notifications on the forum thread she had replied to earlier. One message caught her eye. "I followed your advice and climbed over the back garden fence where there were fewer people. You were right, no zombies there. I made it to the convenience store safely. I was terrified, though we had to fight off 3 people, but the store was empty, and I've packed a bag full of supplies. Thank you, Summer Brother." Han Qingxia chuckled softly at the mistaken identity. Her username, Summer, had clearly led the girl to assume she was a man. After a moment's thought, she sent a private reply. "Don't go home, lock the store entrance and hide in the employee storage room. There's food, water, and safety there. Wait for rescue." She knew the girl's chances of survival would be higher in the store than in the densely populated residential areas, where the lurking zombies posed a far greater threat than the ones roaming the streets. Yet, when no reply came, Han Qingxia sighed and turned her attention back to her meal. Perhaps the girl had ignored her warning and returned home. If she was lucky, she'd make it back safely. If not, well, fate was a cruel mistress. Later, after finishing her food and downloading movies, books, and shows to stave off the inevitable monotony, she took Summer the scrappy little dog, who was her sole companion, for a walk around the base. She checked on her chickens, ducks, and the small patch of vegetables she had cultivated, ensuring everything was in order before resuming her training late into the night. The next morning, the soreness in her muscles was a testament to her progress. Every fiber of her being ached, but she pushed through, her determination unwavering. Breakfast was another indulgent affair, a mountain of rice paired with roasted chicken and a bubbling pot of army stew, brimming with beef slices, shrimp, mushrooms, and an assortment of vegetables. It was a meal fit for four, but she devoured it all with gusto, savoring the richness of flavors that reminded her of a world that no longer existed. As she scrolled through the forum later that day, she noticed her reply from the previous night had gone viral. Thousands of likes and comments flooded the thread, hailing her as an expert, a savior, a big shot. Amid the noise, one message stood out. "Summer brother, I made it home safely. Thank you." Han Qingxia's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. So the girl had gone back after all. She closed the thread without replying, her thoughts already drifting elsewhere. Today marks the 4th day of the apocalypse. This morning, thanks to Brother Shangxi's guidance yesterday, I successfully brought back food from outside. I managed to gather 20 packs of instant noodles, a liter jug of water, 10 loaves of bread, 5 packs of sausages, and 7 bars of chocolate. My dad and stepmother praised me for a job well done. My younger brother, though, scoffed, saying if he had gone out, had have brought back way more instead of just cheap stuff like this. This morning, disaster. My brother is now insisting on going out himself. My dad is making me accompany him. I don't even know what to say. It's so dangerous out there. I don't want to go again. Today and heading out again. My dad says we should take advantage of the fewer people outside to gather as many supplies as we can. He is making me bring my brother along and expects us to return with more resources. And about to leave. Wish me luck, everyone. Han Qingxia read through the 3 updates in one go. The comments beneath them were exploding, some people praising her, others cursing her brother, and yet another group asking her for tips. She skimmed through the responses and noticed the girl had sent her several private messages too. But instead of replying, Han Qingxia simply bookmarked the post. Olive show, that's all it was to her. Having finished her bit of entertainment, she went back to her training. 10 days of intensive strengthening. Every minute counted. As always, she started with a long run around the perimeter of her base. It served as both a warm-up and a patrol, her sharp eyes scanning for anything out of the ordinary. Were the trap shed set disturbed? Was there any sign of intrusion? Only after confirming everything was in perfect order did she return to the base, to begin her physical training in earnest. Every movement pushed her to her absolute limits. Within 3 minutes, sweat was pouring off her body in rivulets. By the 5th minute, she was drenched, her muscles screaming with a pain that danced dangerously close to the edge of her endurance. Breakthrough. 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 Each set, she forced herself to hold on just 1 second longer. Fortunately, her regimen was as scientific as it was brutal. She allowed herself carefully measured breaks between sets, ensuring she wouldn't push her body to the point of collapse. In this near-monastic, punishing routine, her physical capabilities grew at an astonishing rate. 5 hours of training later, she followed her usual routine, a hot shower, then devouring a rice cooker full of food topped with 10 packets of meal kits. The assertion met with replenishment. She ate a lot, digested a lot. It was a mad cycle of energy conversion within her body. All of it would become part of her growing strength. When she opened her computer this time, she noticed the bookmarked post had a new update posted just 1 minute ago. In losing my mind, I managed to drag my brother back after so much trouble. There were several times on the way when he almost got us killed. Luckily, there weren't too many zombies on that road. But now that we're back, I discovered he has a wound. He wouldn't admit it at first, but my sister noticed his fingers were turning black. He finally confessed that a zombie's claw had scratched him. What do I do now? The update was accompanied by a photo. It showed her brother's finger, the skin torn and already a sickly shade of purple-black. The commenters below erupted in a chorus of urgency, telling her he would turn, that she needed to kick him out immediately. Han Qingxia left a single, curt comment of her own, "Kill him, now." Her reply was met with a quick response. "Brother Shengxia, you're finally here. I just showed my dad and stepmom the advice from the comments. They cut off his finger, saying the wound is small and it won't be a problem." Han Qingxia almost wanted to curse out loud. "Leave immediately," now she typed. But after sending the message, no reply came. Han Qingxia stared at the screen, spoon in hand, for a full 15 minutes. The food in her bowl grew cold, but no further messages appeared. The timeline of zombie transformation ran from 1 to 10 minutes. For the weak, it could happen in under a minute. For the strong, those with ironclad willpower, they might last the full 10. But cutting off the bitten area, that was a joke. The zombie virus infiltrated the bloodstream instantly, spreading like wildfire through the body. There was no chance for survival. Han Qingxia could already picture the girl's fate. Her brother would start with labored breathing, his body turning black and cold, stiffening for a few seconds. If they killed him in that moment, they might survive. But with a father who doted on her brother and a stepmother who adored him, they wouldn't let her lay a finger on him. Their hesitation in those crucial seconds would drag them all into hell together. Han Qingxia shook her head and closed the forum entirely. She pulled up a light-hearted family drama to watch while eating. She had tried to help the girl. If only she'd listened, stayed hidden in the convenience store, severed ties with those people, or killed her brother outright, none of this would have happened. But 99% of people in this world were like that. They couldn't break free from the nets that ensnared them. Even when they felt the suffocating weight of their unwillingness, they still leapt headfirst into their own demise. Just as foolish as she had been in her previous life. But this time, Han Qingxia would repeat her mistakes. Anyone who dared to oppress her should destroy them. In this apocalypse, she would live without restraint, doing whatever she pleased, carving out the truest version of herself. She stopped checking the posts. After finishing her meal, she resumed her training. First, light exercises to aid digestion. Once her stomach felt unburdened, she launched into high-intensity physical training. And so another 7 days passed. The rhythm of her life remained unchanged: training, showering, eating, training. 18 out of 24 hours each day were spent training. Her scientifically designed routine meant the more she moved, the more energized she felt. Her physical improvements were visible to the naked eye. Where a kilometer run once left her panting, she now finished without breaking a sweat. Her strength had doubled. She used to struggle with a kilogram sack of rice. Now, she could lift it with one hand. Her combat skills had returned to their peak. Bare-handed, she could take down 5 grown men at once. With weapons, she could kill in a single strike. After finishing her training for the day, she tore into a slab of braised beef. It was made from the kilograms of fresh beef she'd stocked up on before the apocalypse. She slow-cooked it in a pressure cooker with a blend of spices until it was tender and flavorful. Sliced thin and paired with dipping sauce, it was divine. Her palate had grown increasingly refined these days. Her packaged meals and instant noodles no longer tempted her. Why settle for emergency rations when fresh ingredients were at hand? She had enough supplies to last her a lifetime. Eating well was no problem at all. While she feasted on braised beef, her dog, Summer, enjoyed a pot of beef bone broth generously loaded with meat and seasoned with just a pinch of salt. Whatever she ate, Summer ate too. The two of them, woman and dog, lived indulgently within the safety of their base. Meanwhile, outside, the world had already transformed into something unrecognizable. It was the 10th day since the world began to unravel. And how different these days were from the first whispers of catastrophe. The rescue broadcasts had long since gone silent. The government announcements ceased entirely, leaving the populace adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Hearts once buoyed by hope now sank to depths unimaginable, matching the barren shelves and empty pantries of their homes. Hunger gnawed at them, a cruel and relentless companion. Desperation had begun to take hold. In the past few days, more and more residents had ventured out in search of food. But the odds were grim: death by starvation or death by the bite of the undead. Cornered by despair, fear of the zombies had begun to lose its grip. Yet, as the brave or perhaps the foolish set out, the city itself seemed to transform. The undead multiplied, their numbers swelling like a storm-fed river. Few who dared to tread among them returned unscathed. For every 10 who ventured out, 9 met their end. No exaggeration. In those early days, humanity's terror and inexperience had paralyzed them. Zombies were everywhere, inescapable, and they struck with the suddenness of a snake in the grass. Searching for food became a perilous gamble. Encountering a horde meant certain death. As the days dragged on, the city's undead population surged, and hunger and insatiable, primal force drove both the living and the dead to new extremes. Zombies, ravenous and relentless, began invading human shelters, clawing at the fragile barriers that separated predator from prey. Take, for instance, the young man whose panicked voice crackled over Levis Stream. "Shit, my door's not gonna hold much longer. The zombies outside, it's like they're getting louder every day. They keep pounding on my door, and I barricaded it with everything I've got. I'm locked in the innermost room, but somehow they still know I'm here." Another voice, desperate and trembling, chimed in. "I've got food, plenty of it. Anyone, please help me. I'll trade my supplies for safety." Han Qingxia, watching the stream from her own dimly lit corner of survival, studied the young man on the screen. He was good-looking, with the polished charm of someone used to being in front of a camera. A food blogger, it seemed. No wonder his pantry was well-stocked: advertisers, samples, personal purchases for reviews, an enviable hoard in these lean times. But luck was a fickle thing. While his reclusive lifestyle had spared him from early exposure to the infected, his choice of residency youth apartment complex was his undoing. Nearly everyone in his building had turned. Now, the undead roamed the halls outside his door, their guttural moans a constant reminder of his precarious situation. The blogger had fortified his door after a few harrowing days, following the advice of his viewers. He retreated to the innermost suite, doing his best to mask his scent. But the undead were nothing if not persistent. The pounding on his door grew louder, more frenzied, as if the entire building's worth of zombies had converged on his location. When his plea for help went out, it didn't take long for someone to respond: a fitness trainer who lived just one floor above him. "I can get you out," the trainer said, his voice steady but firm. "But I won't have your food." "Ill," the blogger replied without hesitation. "How are you going to get me out?" "They'll lower a rope from my window. You grab it and they'll pull you up." "Got it." The blogger wasted no time. He began packing his supplies, strapping a camera to his head to document the ordeal for his audience. Instant noodles, jerky, self-heating meals, water. He spread everything out, assessing what he could carry. The trainer instructed him to send the food up first, to make the climb easier. But the blogger was nav. "What if I send up all my food and you just leave me here?" he muttered to the camera, his tone bitter. He decided to strap as much as he could to his own body. That was when he heard the splintering crack of his door giving way. "Shit! Move faster," the trainer barked. "Incoming." The blogger glanced back. The door had shattered, and the first wave of zombies poured through, a grotesque tide of decay. Their bodies were mottled with gray and black, their bellies split open to reveal rotting entrails that dangled like grotesque ropes. Some were missing entire faces, their skulls exposed, while others bore gaping wounds that oozed blackened blood. The stench was overwhelming, a sickly sweet rot that clung to the air. The blogger slammed his bedroom door shut, a flimsy barrier at best, and scrambled onto the balcony. "Save me," he screamed, gripping the rope that dangled from above. But as soon as he took hold, he realized his mistake. He had packed too much. "You're too heavy," the trainer shouted, his voice strained. "You need to drop some of the food." "No way," the blogger yelled back. "I'm not letting go of my supplies. You'll get us both killed. Drop something." Cursing under his breath, the blogger began tossing items over the edge. Bottles of water tumbled to the ground below, shattering on impact. Not enough, the trainer called. I haven't eaten in days, so don't have the strength. Drop more. Damn it, the blogger hissed, flinging more supplies into the void. But even as the weight lessened, the zombies broke through his bedroom door. Pull me up now, he screamed, dangling precariously above the horde. Separate the food, tie it to the side, he'll pull it up after you. No, the food stays with me. But his defiance was short-lived. A skeletal hand shot up from below, clawing at his ankle. He kicked and thrashed, but more hands followed, their nails biting into his flesh. I'll give you the food, take it all, just pull me up, he cried, his voice cracking with terror. But it was too late. The zombies swarmed, their hunger a tidal wave of fury. One particularly agile creature latched onto his leg, its rotting jaws clamping down and tearing away flesh and bone with sickening ease. The blogger's screams echoed through the night as his body was torn apart, piece by piece. Blood rained down on the ravenous horde below, inciting a frenzy. Those who had been clawing at walls and windows now leapt to the ground, driven by the scent of fresh meat. Above, the trainer watched in horror. He hesitated for only a moment before releasing the rope, letting the blogger plummet into the seething mass of undead. When the blogger hit the ground, the zombies descended like vultures, ripping him to shreds in seconds. His camera, still strapped to his head, captured the chaos until the lens was smeared with blood and viscera. And then, silence is save for the wet, grotesque sounds of the feast. New book cover coming soon. Get lost. After Han Qingxia finished watching the live broadcast, her computer screen emitted a soft beep before abruptly losing signal. It was, of course, some gruesome scene censored by authorities. The website's server had crashed. Electricity still coursed through the city, the internet remained intact. But the scattered web servers, spread out across the country, were not synchronized in their demise. Some smaller servers, those tucked away in the homes or offices of administrators, had already gone offline in the days leading up to the apocalypse. Larger companies, with their robust infrastructure, could endure longer, unattended. But evidently, this major video platform had reached its limit. This signaled the gradual end of the internet's frenzied revelry. Soon, no one would be logging on to vent their emotions. They would have no choice but to confront the apocalyptic era head-on. After closing the website, Han Qingxia opened her carefully curated library of downloaded films. Thankfully, she had already downloaded every resource she could find. Living alone in the future, she wouldn't be short of entertainment. By the time she finished her meal and was halfway through a movie, planning to pause it, her monitoring system emitted a sharp, insistent alarm. Han Qingxia bolted to her surveillance console. All her monitoring devices were connected to this massive computer. The myriad screens displayed a chaotic mosaic of feeds, but in one unassuming corner, a small screen flickered to life. Her breath hitched. It was the surveillance feed from a warehouse she had rented. On the day the apocalypse began, she had moved all the supplies from the warehouse along with her dog, Xixia, but had forgotten to dismantle the cameras. Now, the footage showed her warehouse door being breached. Thanks to the high-quality surveillance equipment she had invested in, complete with audio recording, the voices outside the camera's range reached her clearly. That woman rented this warehouse from me about half a month ago, an older man's voice grumbled. I saw delivery trucks coming and going constantly. She must have stockpiled supplies here. But isn't this trespassing? Breaking in is illegal, isn't it? Another voice interjected, hesitant. Illegal? Do you even know what time it is? The world's ending. Who cares about laws? Let's just take it. Exactly, if she has supplies, it's only fair she shares them with us. Then came a loud crash. And the warehouse door was forced to open. The old landlord stormed in, leading a mob of people brimming with righteous indignation. But as they charged inside, they froze. Dumbfounded. Why was it so empty? Hey, this is what you called a warehouse packed to the brim with supplies. The old landlord's voice was incredulous, almost trembling with frustration. He stared at the barren space, so devoid of anything that even a scrap of cardboard was nowhere to be found. This can't be right. I saw it with my own eyes, trucks coming in and out, her visiting multiple times a day. How could she have cleared it all out? You must have been mistaken, someone muttered. Just because trucks came doesn't mean they were all delivering to her. A few packages, a couple of bucks, says she probably took them as they arrived. Damn it, what a waste of time, dragging us all here, making us nervous for nothing. What a joke. The group left, muttering curses under their breath, their frustration palpable. Before leaving, the old landlord, seething with anger, glanced up and spotted the surveillance camera Han Qingxia had left behind. With the single swing of his stick, he smashed it to pieces. One of Han Qingxia's surveillance feeds went dark. Leaning back into her chair with a satisfied stretch, Han Qingxia felt an unshakable sense of triumph. She had anticipated this. She had known, from the start, that countless people would have their eyes on her. That was why she had deliberately rented the warehouse as a decoy. In a world where the apocalypse had unleashed the darkest recesses of human nature, revealing her base of operations to too many people would have been catastrophic. Preparedness was her creed. Caution her shield. Watching these interlopers leave empty-handed, their frustration etched into every step, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of schadenfreude. Still, Han Qingxia was not one to forgive easily. The old man who had smashed her camera. She'd remember his face. The next day, Han Qingxia braced herself on her elbows, legs pressed tightly together, toes digging into the ground. Her abdomen contracted, every muscle in her body taut as a drawn bowstring. Beads of sweat, fat and glistening, rolled down her forehead, falling with a relentless patter onto the mat beneath her. She had held this planed position for nearly an hour. Her entire body was drenched, as though she had been submerged in water. In just 10 days, despite consuming what felt like 3 vats of food each day, her figure had transformed. Not in terms of weight, but in shape. From head to toe, she had shed the soft, undefined curves of her former self. Her muscles now stood out in sharp relief, lean and sinewy, as though carved from stone. Her body fat had plummeted, her abdomen revealing the faint ridges of emerging abs. The once pliant flesh had been replaced by a latent, quelled strength, ready to spring forth at a moment's notice. Her spirit, too, had undergone a seismic shift. The discipline of movement, the rhythm of exertion, had kept her mind sharp, her energy electric. And Han Qingxia had always been a creature of rebellion, a storm in human form. Her sharp, gleaming eyes now stood in stark contrast to the hollow, defeated gazes of the masses outside. Those eyes alone could silence a crowd. It was the difference between a predator and a flock of sheep. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself to her limits, trembling as every fiber of her being screamed in protest. Her muscles felt as though they weighed 1,000 pounds, the ache and burn cascading through her like an unrelenting tide. Sweat poured from her brow in rivulets, soaking the mat beneath her. It was a raw, searing agony that made her muscles quiver uncontrollably. But she could not give in. She would not surrender. Every second she held on was a victory, a breach in the walls of her own endurance. And more importantly, the reward time was almost up. Just as her jaw ached from clenching too hard, just as her body teetered on the brink of collapse, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Physical enhancement time has ended. With a dull thud, Han Qingxia collapsed onto the yoga mat, gasping for breath. It was over. At last, she could rest. Her body was utterly spent. Even the smallest movement felt impossible. Yet the excruciating effort had yielded its reward. Commencing evaluation, host's physical fitness enhancement, complete. Speed enhancement, complete. Endurance enhancement, complete. Strength enhancement, complete. Congratulations, you've earned its tier reward. Congratulations, physical capabilities doubled, speed doubled, endurance doubled, healing rate doubled, reward, 1 advanced combat technique beyond the current era. Longevity guaranteed bearing significant injuries. Han Qingxia's eyes widened. As the rewards were distributed, she could feel the changes rippling through her body, like lightning coursing through her veins. What had been drained was now replenished in an instant, her strength surging back in waves. She leapt to her feet, marveling at her newfound agility. Her movements were sharper, faster, more precise. Stepping outside the base, she eyed her beloved armored vehicle parked nearby. A wild impulse surged within her to lift it. And astonishingly, she did. Gripping the edge of the vehicle's frame, she planted her feet firmly, bent her knees, and heaved with all her might. The armored beast, weighing over 20 tons, tilted ever so slightly, perhaps an inch off the ground. An inch. That inch might as well have been a chasm. Testing her speed next, she sprinted at full tilt, her muscles propelling her forward with an ease that was almost frightening. She could outrun world champions now, effortlessly. The limits of human capability were like iron gates, and even the smallest advancement could feel insurmountable. Yet the system's reward had shattered those gates entirely, doubling her power and velocity. She had reached the pinnacle of human physicality, a state so rare it bordered on myth. Han Qingxia couldn't help but think that, in a future where supernatural abilities might emerge, her current state could rival those gifted with enhanced speed or strength. This reward was nothing short of extraordinary. After testing her limits, she retreated into her private space. Within it lay a book on advanced combat techniques, its cover exuding an air of mystery. Without hesitation, she opened it. Her eyes lit up as she skimmed the pages. Every move was precise and lethal, designed to exploit the vulnerabilities of both human and zombie anatomy. The techniques were unconventional, brimming with ingenuity, a culmination of decades of experience, distilled into each strike and counter-strike. No wonder it was described as being beyond this era. Every maneuver carried the weight of countless battles, the wisdom of masters. Han Qingxia felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure trove. She began practicing immediately. Time passed in a blur, 5 days gone in the blink of an eye. During those days, she remained holed up in her base, training relentlessly. Each morning began with a run around the nearby hills, her muscles warming as the dawn broke over the horizon. Then came hours of combat practice, her movements growing sharper, more fluid with each repetition. While the rice cooker hummed in the background, she and Xiaotai ate their meals, simple but hearty. Afterward, she tended to her chickens, ducks, and sheep, scattered feed, and checked on her thriving vegetable patch. The eggs produced daily far exceeded her needs, 20 or so each day. She kept only a few for herself, leaving the rest for the hens to incubate. Her crops, too, were flourishing. In just 10 more days, the fast-growing chives and bok choy would be ready for harvest. Her base was a sanctuary, vibrant and alive, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. But outside, the world was unraveling. One evening, as she stood at Upper Wattower, she surveyed the distant city of A. The faint glow of streetlights dotted the skyline, but one by one, they flickered out, plunging entire blocks into darkness. The power had been cut. In her previous life, electricity had lasted far longer. This time, it had barely held out for half a month. The zombie virus had accelerated everything, and the power plants, it seemed, had finally fallen. This life was proving far more unforgiving than the last. Electricity was the backbone of survival. In her past life, when natural gas had run out, she had relied on electricity to cook, to light her way, to monitor the zombies outside through motion-activated lights and surveillance cameras. Now, with the power gone, the difficulty of survival in the city would skyrocket. Standing on the tower, she could almost hear the distant wails of despair, the honking of car horns echoing through the night. And then she saw it. Through her infrared camera, she caught sight of a road at the edge of her territory. Vehicles sped down the highway, their headlights piercing the darkness. Behind them, a horde of zombies surged in pursuit, their movements frenzied and unrelenting. In the chaos, cars collided, the crashes reverberating through the night like gunshots. The screams and the screech of tires painted a grim symphony of desperation. Half a month had been enough for the city's inhabitants to grasp the truth that no rescue was coming. The blackout was the final straw, breaking what little hope remained. Now all that mattered was escape, no matter the cost. Han Qingxia knew a new wave of refugees was upon them. The next morning, she returned to her watchtower. The road outside her base was littered with wreckage, the aftermath of frantic escape attempts. Zombies now roamed the main thoroughfares in greater numbers. Some clustered around the wrecked vehicles, feasting on the remains of the dead. Others wandered aimlessly, their movements erratic and unsettling. A few had even strayed into her territory. Han Qingxia picked up her crossbow, her fingers tightening around the grip as she took aim at one particularly bold zombie. But just as she was about to release the bolt, she hesitated. Why kill the zombies? They weren't really a threat, were they? If anything, weren't they a natural line of defense, prowling the perimeter of her territory like silent, tireless sentinels? Who in their right mind would dare approach her domain with those grotesque figures wandering about? The thought struck Han Qingxia like a bolt of clarity, and she immediately abandoned the notion of shooting the zombies. Hearing through her binoculars, she even found herself lamenting the scarcity of the undead near the entrance to her base. If only there were more of them. Enough to block the entire road, perhaps. And with that, an idea began to take shape. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia was behind the wheel of her armored vehicle, rumbling toward the outskirts of her territory. She parked the car discreetly within the shadowy embrace of the forest, stepped out with Xie Tian at her side, and began a cautious trek toward the main road. The farther she walked, the heavier the air grew with the metallic tang of blood, sharp and unrelenting. She climbed a jagged escarpment, its edges crumbling underfoot, and gazed down at the road below. The scene was far more visceral up close than it had been through the cold detachment of her binoculars. Especially the stretch of road just outside the city. Vehicles streamed out in panicked waves, each one pursued by a seething, dark tide of zombies. The creatures moved with a relentless, almost mechanical fervor, their clawed hands outstretched, their mouths agape in silent, eternal screams. The unlucky one is those who faltered, whose cars sputtered or collided or swallowed whole in an instant. The horde descended upon them like leeches, swarming over vehicles, pounding on windows with frenzied abandon. Drivers, blinded by the chaos, would crash into one another, the sound of metal against metal echoing like thunder. And once a car tipped or stopped, the zombies surged, tearing through glass and steel with a ferocity that defied reason. For the fortunate few, those with sturdy vehicles and quick reflexes, the road became an obstacle course of wreckage and death. They weaved desperately, tires screeching, engines roaring, as they fled the city's grasp. But here, beneath Han Qingxia's vantage point, the road was quieter. Only a few scattered accidents. A handful of zombies, aimlessly wandering along the edges of the asphalt. They would perk up, almost comically, at the sound of a passing car, lurching forward in clumsy pursuit. She waited until the road calmed, watching as 3 cars sped by in quick succession, drawing most of the zombies away in their wake. Then, with a nod to Xie Tian, she descended the sheer face of the escarpment, her movements deliberate, calculated. Xie Tian, ever the agile one, made it down with ease. They landed near the site of an overturned car, its frame twisted and blackened. From within, a hoarse, guttural growl emerged. Ah! A middle-aged female zombie, trapped by her seatbelt, writhed in the wreckage. Her hair hung in crazy clumps, and her face, though sunken and skeletal, was eerily intact. But her chest was a gaping ruin, ribs cracked open like a grotesque flower. One bony hand, adorned with a diamond ring dulled by grime, clawed feebly at the air. Han Qingxia stared at her, unimpressed. The seatbelt held firm, rendering the zombies' efforts futile. A quick glance into the car revealed no other occupants. "Looks like your husband ditched you," she muttered, noting the empty passenger seat. "Didn't even bother to unbuckle you, huh? Tough luck." With a swift, practiced motion, she swung her shovel. "We'll find him in the afterlife," she said, her voice devoid of pity. The zombie stilled, her struggles ceasing in an instant. Han Qingxia moved to the back of the car, gripping the mangled frame. With a grunt of effort, she began dragging the wreck toward the entrance of her base. Zombies, drawn by the noise, began to shuffle toward her. But she didn't even have to lift a finger. Zetian, her loyal German shepherd, let out a sharp bark and launched himself at the nearest one. His jaws clamped down with lethal precision, and the zombie crumpled under his weight. The one silver lining of this apocalypse. The virus didn't touch animals. It was humanity's plate to bear, and humanity's alone. Zetian, with his raw strength, and the enhancements she'd given him, was a force of nature. Zombies were no match for him. He dispatched them with ease, each swipe of his paw a death sentence. "Don't kill them all," Han Qingxia called out. "Just cripple them. I need them alive." The dog paused mid-attack, his ears twitching at her command. With a low growl, he adjusted his approach, tearing the upper half off a zombie and leaving its torso intact. Han Qingxia stared at the writhing, half-destroyed creature. "Good boy," she said, though her tone was laced with amusement. Together, they worked efficiently. Zetian handled the zombies, while she towed wrecked vehicles, one by one, to block off the entrance to her base. By the time they were done, the road was an impassable maze of twisted metal and undead sentinels. Perfect. She even directed Zetian to herd the remaining zombies toward the barricade, ensuring they'd serve as her unwitting guards. A few passing cars slowed as they caught sight of her handiwork, but none stopped to ask questions. This was the apocalypse, after all. Everyone was too busy running for their lives to care about anyone else. Han Qingxia didn't mind. To her, they were nothing more than fleeting spectators. Else on a one-way road, destined to vanish into the horizon. By the time she and Zetian returned to the base, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the landscape. They washed off the grime of the day, the water cool against their skin and fur. But their respite was short-lived. The alarm from her surveillance system jolted her into action. She raced to the tower, where her monitors displayed a patchwork of live feeds. One screen, focused on the distant road, showed a pickup truck barreling toward her barricade. It screeched to a halt, its bed piled high with supplies. The occupants hesitated for a moment, surveying the blockade and the writhing zombies. Then, as if emboldened, they reversed slightly, avoiding the undead, and prepared to round their way through. Han Qingxia's eyes narrowed. So they were coming for her. Her hand closed around her crossbow. She took aim, her sights locking onto the truck's front tire. With a sharp twang, the bolt flew. The tire exploded with a deafening pop, and the truck lurched forward before grinding to a halt. 4 or 5 men spilled out, weapons in hand. Among them, she recognized a familiar face. The real estate agent who'd rented her the bunker. "You sure this place is secure?" one of the men asked. "Of course, it's a bunker, man. Middle of nowhere, no one around for miles. I rented it to some girl to grow mushrooms. Who knows, we might even find some food in there." "All right, boys," the leader barked. "Clear the zombies, fix the tire, and we're going in." In Han Qingxia's field of vision, a group of burly men moved with military precision, splitting into 2 teams. One began clearing the zombies in the vicinity, while the other hefted the car into the air, preparing to replace the blown-out tire. "Hey dear bro, something's off. These zombies, it's like someone's already dealt with them." "Yeah, why are they all half-mangled? And these cars, they look like they've been dragged here." The man crouched down to change the tire, suddenly raising his voice. "Hey dear bro, this isn't right. Our tire wasn't just worn out, it's been shot through." Even before his words fully landed, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Boom. Another tire exploded. This time, even the dullest among them couldn't deny it. Something was wrong. They had stumbled into someone else's territory. "Hey dear bro, there's someone big nearby. This is their turf. What do we do now?" The tattooed man everyone called Tiger Bro grabbed the intermediary by the collar, his voice a low growl. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Didn't you say no one was out here?" "I swear, I remember it was just some woman who rented the place." "Bullshit, you think one woman could pull all this off?" "I don't know, maybe someone else took over." The intermediary's voice wavered, his eyes darting nervously under Tiger Brus's glare. Get lost. Tiger Bro shoved him forward. Another sharp whistle. A short arrow shot up from the shadows. Terrified, the intermediary scrambled backward, but just as he moved an inch, another arrow buried itself in the spot he had just vacated. Panic-stricken, he crawled back toward Tiger Bro, his limbs flailing like a wounded animal. Tiger Bro, flanked by his men, felt a chill creep up his spine. Whoever was out there had precision. Siete. Deadly silence. And no discernible origin. If they wanted to kill us, he thought grimly, there'd be no escaping. But then, a realization struck them all at once. I get it now, her range is limited. Exactly, she can't shoot farther than the front tires. The group exchanged knowing nods. It all made sense that the attacker had targeted anything beyond the front tires, nor had they fired until the intermediary was shoved forward. This was her maximum range. Tiger Bro, what's the plan now? Do we retreat? Tiger Bro's eyes, sharp and bloodthirsty, gleamed with malice. Retreat? Not a chance. Their car was crippled, and even if they could leave, where would they go? If they didn't take this place, kill whoever was inside, they'd have no foothold left. He yanked open the back door of the vehicle and dragged out two women, their clothes torn, their faces streaked with dirt and blood. You two go on ahead, move. Through Han King-sia's crosshairs, two battered women stumbled into view, their bodies trembling like lambs being herded to slaughter. She had seen the scene too many times to count. In the post-apocalypse, women, with their physical and psychological vulnerabilities, were quickly reduced to commodities, appendages of men. Human depravity, unleashed under the weight of survival, knew no bounds. The depths of degradation were limited only by the imagination, and Han King-sia had thought she'd seen it all. But half a month into the apocalypse, and already, men like these were pushing the limits, treating women as less than human. Licking her tongue, Han King-sia, self-proclaimed arbiter of justice, found herself unable to look away. She prided herself on being the floor beneath humanity's moral basement, but these men, they weren't even human. And for those who weren't human, she had no qualms about delivering retribution. Her fingers moved from the crossbow's trigger, reaching instead for a short arrow. She attached something to its tip, a little gift for the intruders. If you don't move, I'll leave you here to feed the zombies. Tiger Bro barked, shoving the women forward. Keep going. The women hesitated, their steps faltering, but when they crossed into the attacker's range and no arrow came, Tiger Bro's eyes lit up with cunning. Stop right there, stay where you are. Now he was certain. Whoever was in sight had some semblance of morality, they would kill innocent women. And that, Tiger Bro thought with a triumphant grin, gave him the upper hand. Tiger Bro, what now? Drive the car out, swap the tires, and let these two lead the way. His men worked quickly, hauling the car to a safer spot and replacing the tires with spares from the trunk. The women, meanwhile, were bound and tied to the front of the vehicle, a grim declaration to the sniper, if you shoot, they die first. If she did care about their lives, they could still escape from inside the car. But if she hesitated, they'd storm in and kill her. Morality had no place in the apocalypse. With the tires fixed and the women strapped in place, they climbed into the car and revved the engine. The road ahead, blocked by vehicles Han King-sia had used as barricades, loomed ominously. Boom! The car surged forward, smashing through the blockade. For a moment, it seemed they had succeeded. No arrows flew. Their laughter filled the cabin, triumphant and unworded. Then, with a sharp whistle, a short arrow embedded itself in the car door, trailing a pouch of fresh chicken blood. The arrow's shaft wedged deep, locking the door in place. Inside the car, silence descended like a shroud. As they sat frozen, two more arrows struck, pinning the doors shut from both sides. And the tires burst again, the vehicle spinning wildly before screeching to a halt. Blood, vivid and visceral, smeared across the car's surface, its metallic tang saturating the air. Within moments, the vehicle became a beacon, drawing every zombie in the vicinity like moths to a flame. The men inside were trapped, sardines in a can, as the undead converged on them. Shit. Damn it, that bastard inside is playing us. Can we get out? The doors won't budge. Hader Bro, watching the swarm close in, made a snap decision. Rolling down the window, he began climbing out, dragging one of the women with him as a shield. He wasn't stupid. He kept her body between him and the sniper at all times, using her as a barrier as he scrambled free. But as he reached the ground, a half-mangled zombie lashed onto his leg. With a sharp push, Tiger Bro shoved the woman forward, sacrificing her to the creature as he dodged away. Whistle. An arrow shot toward his back, but Tiger Bro, moving on pure instinct, barely evaded it. He knew then he couldn't let go of his human shield. Grabbing another woman, he hoisted her in front of him and charged toward the forest, sprinting down a narrow path. About a kilometer in, he spotted it, a hidden bunker, fortified with barbed wire, surveillance cameras, and an imposing iron gate. Beyond the fence, he caught glimpses of vegetable gardens and livestock. His breath caught. Whoever lived here wasn't just surviving, they were thriving. This was no coincidence. Someone had claimed this land, transformed it into a fortress. Could they have known about the apocalypse beforehand? Impossible. As his mind raced, the woman in his grasp suddenly turned, sinking her teeth into his arm. Through the crosshairs of her scope, Han Qingxia almost burst into laughter at the scene unfolding before her. She had seen it coming long ago the moment that woman got bitten. And so, she had deliberately allowed Wang Hu to charge all the way to the gates of her base, watching with detached amusement as the woman mutated right in front of him and, with a savage twist of fate, sank her teeth into him. There is nothing more satisfying, she mused, than watching someone hoist themselves with their own petard. Divine retribution, a karmic wheel spinning with precision. The heavens, after all, spare no one. Settling comfortably behind her scope, she observed the chaos below with a quiet glee. If any of the zombies tried to flee, she'd let loose an arrow, sending them back to their inevitable fate. She wasn't helping the survivors, of course her arrows were for the undead. Han Qingxia was no saint. Far from it. She was a creature of vengeance, a marauder in the apocalypse, exacting retribution 100-fold for every slight. From her perch atop the tower, she controlled the battlefield with an unshakable calm, her gaze sharp and unyielding as she watched the group below meet their grisly end. Her eyes, however, lingered on a single figure inside the vehicle, a man who had somehow managed to cling to life. Ebakar. He was still cowering in the car. Clever, she thought, though not clever enough. While the others had scattered like headless chickens, he had chosen to stay put, huddled in the vehicle as though it were a fortress. With a measured breath, Han Qingxia knocked a short arrow and aimed for the windshield. Whoosh. Crash. The arrow shattered the glass in a single, resounding blow. The sound rang out like a death knell, drawing the attention of the zombies, who had just finished feasting on the others. They turned as one, a grotesque tide surging toward the pickup truck, their bloodied hands clawing for the lone survivor inside. Among them was Wang Hu, now a mindless husk, leading the charge with feral determination. Inside the truck, the man finally understood the meaning of suffocation. The weight of despair pressed down on him, cold and unrelenting. Regret clawed at his insides with sharp, merciless talons. Why had he brought them here? Why had he thought this was a good idea? Perhaps it was because he was the weakest in their little group, the one most expendable. He had to prove his worth, offer up something valuable, or risk being cast out. And so, his first thought had been the fallout shelter he had rented out a month ago. He remembered the girl who had leased it at Nave, wide-eyed dreamer who had talked about growing mushrooms in the bunker. Mushrooms, of all things. She had seemed harmless, almost laughable in her innocence. He had imagined arriving here to find the shelter stocked with supplies and the girl still alive, perhaps even untouched by the apocalypse. If she had turned into a zombie, they could easily take her down. If she had, well, she would be a useful addition to their group. And if nothing else, she was pretty. He had entertained darker, uglier thoughts about what he could do to her. But now, as the horde descended upon him, he realized how wrong he had been. He hadn't even seen the girl, and already his entire group had been wiped out. And then, through the chaos, he saw her. A figure emerged from the shadows of the forest, standing with arms crossed, her expression cold and unyielding. She watched him with an air of detached superiority, as though she had orchestrated this entire nightmare. In that moment, clarity struck him like a lightning bolt. He was the fool. The girl wasn't some hapless victim, she was the mastermind, the ruler of this domain. This was her territory, her kingdom, and they had been nothing more than trespassers. But it was too late for regrets. The zombies reached him, their hands tearing through flesh and bone, and his final thoughts were drowned in a sea of agony. Woof, woof. Woof, woof. The barking of a dog broke the stillness that followed. Han Qingxia drove the zombies away from her base, her movements efficient and unhurried. Retrieving the arrows she had fired earlier, she made her way to the pickup truck, now abandoned save for its cargo. With a flick of her wrist, she claimed the supplies as her own, hauling them back to her base. A productive day, she thought with satisfaction. The fools had paid for their intrusion, and she had come out richer for it. As an afterthought, she dragged the truck to the edge of her perimeter, using it to fortify her defenses. This time, no one would get in. Back at her base, she unloaded her spoils, her sharp eyes scanning the items with a practiced precision. The day had been fruitful, and the world, for now, was hers to command. In the bed of their battered pickup truck lay 20 large cardboard boxes, half absurdly stacked yet brimming with the spoils of desperation. 10 were crammed with instant noodles, 5 with rice, 2 with bottled water, 1 with an assortment of meats and vegetables, and the last a box of gold. Untouched, unpolished, the bars still bore their price tags, as though loaded in some hurried frenzy from a jewelry store they plundered en route. Han Qingxia stood before the heap, her gaze lingering on the gold, a weighty collection of perhaps 30 or 40 pounds. She couldn't help but marvel at the human obsession with this gleaming metal, a fixation so primal it seemed etched into the very marrow of their bones. And yet, she conceded, they weren't entirely wrong. Even in the apocalypse, gold retained its peculiar allure, its stubborn value. She sorted the supplies with methodical precision, stashing them neatly in her warehouse. The gold, the food, the water all claimed as her spoils. But her most unexpected find was a handgun, a police issue model. Its presence told her everything she needed to know about the gang she had just defeated. They had raided places they shouldn't have, taken what wasn't theirs. Han Qingxia allowed herself a wry smile. A self-proclaimed vigilant, a hero of sorts, she thought. After all, how many people in this forsaken world would have dared to confront such a group head-on? Most would have fled at the first sight of them, scurrying into the shadows, praying to be overlooked. But not her. She had not only fought back, but had gone so far as to ensure their demise, luring them into a trap and leaving them to the mercy of the undead. It wasn't enough to scare them off her land. No, she had to eliminate the threat entirely. A good person indeed, she mused, though her tone was laced with irony. Who would go to such lengths for justice or vengeance, depending on how one chose to frame it. But she decided to accept these spoils as her reward for bravery, for ridding the world of one more band of marauders. Just as she was admiring her handiwork, a mechanical chime echoed in her mind, crisp and intrusive. Base defense mission detected, completed. Successfully defeated 6 enemies. Loot acquired, 20 boxes of supplies. Congratulations. Points awarded. System store unlocked. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. The point store. She could hardly contain her excitement as a virtual panel materialized in her mind, unveiling an array of goods. There were food items, medical supplies, weapons, and even materials for constructing a proper base. Each item was meticulously labeled with its attributes and cost. An energy bar promised to restore stamina instantly and stave off hunger for 10 hours, priced at 5 points. A loaf of bread, more substantial, offered 20 hours of satiety for 8 points. The feigned Yanan Bea, capable of stopping bleeding and numbing pain with a single application, demanded 20 points. Her attention shifted to the weapons section, where an arsenal of firearms and ammunition awaited, some boasting enhanced damage or accuracy. Every item was a treasure, but the prices were too steep for her meter points. She stared longingly at the offerings, her mind already calculating. Perhaps she should hope for another invasion, she thought, half joking, half serious. More enemies meant more points. As if on cue, her surveillance system blared an alarm. Han Qingxia hurried to her computer, her eyes narrowing as she studied the grainy footage. The sky outside had darkened, casting an eerie pall over the scene. Several large vehicles had pulled up just beyond her perimeter. Through the infrared camera, she saw figures disembark, their movements purposeful. They cleared the area of nearby zombies with practiced efficiency before opening the rear doors of their trucks. What emerged next made her blink in disbelief. Dogs. A pack of them, unleashed into the night. She couldn't discern the details of their faces. Their uniforms but the heat signatures were unmistakable. The group seemed to argue briefly before climbing back into their vehicles and driving off, leaving the dogs behind. The animals hesitated for a moment, then gave chase, their lean forms disappearing in the direction of the city. Han Qingxia frowned, her curiosity piqued. What on earth were they doing? The question lingered as dawn broke the next day. She rose early, as was her habit, stretching and preparing for her morning run along the perimeter of her land. But before she could begin, her phone buzzed with another alert from the surveillance system. This time, the footage revealed the same pack of dogs, now gathered on the road outside her base. There were 14 or 15 of them, all wearing military-grade harnesses. They milled about the spot where the trucks had stopped the night before, circling as if waiting for someone to return. At that moment, her phone buzzed again, this time with the public broadcast. Rescue operations have commenced in Sidia. Rescue teams are entering the area. Survivors, please proceed to the designated assembly points. Han Qingxia's eyes widened in realization. The people from last night, they were part of the rescue team. And these dogs? They were military working dogs, left behind not out of cruelty but necessity. In the chaos of the apocalypse, even the most loyal companions could be abandoned when survival was at stake. She drove out to the edge of her territory, where the main road lay eerily quiet, cleared of zombies. The dogs were still there, their eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting. Their condition was pitiable. One smeared their bodies, ears and tails torn, formatted with blood. One in particular caught her attention. Its hind legs were mangled, the bones exposed, dragging uselessly behind it as it struggled to keep up with the others. Han Qingxia's heart clenched. These dogs had fought their way back here, surviving against all odds, only to find themselves abandoned once more. "You're lucky you found me," she said aloud, her voice softening as she approached them. "From now on, you're with me. I don't abandon my own." One by one, she tended to their injuries, her hands deft but gentle. For the severely injured dog, she hesitated before making a decision. Gritting her teeth, she spent 20 of her precious points to purchase Yun and Bale from the system store. "You'd better remember this," she muttered as she applied the medicine. "This cost me 20 points, you hear? From now on you're mine. No running off, no looking back. I don't care what happens, I won't leave you behind." The dog, barely clinging to life, seemed to understand. Its eyes, unnervingly human in their depth, locked onto hers, silent but filled with a quiet gratitude. After tending to the dog's wounds, Han Qingxia brought out fresh cuts of raw beef, marbled with bone. The meat glistened under the dim light, rich and red, the kind of food that, in another life, might have been served to the wealthiest at a banquet. The dogs, battered and scared, perked up at the sight, their tails wagging with a kind of desperate enthusiasm. They pawed at the ground, claws scraping against the dirt, but none of them dared approach. "Go on," she said, her voice low but firm. "It's for you." Only then did they move, hesitantly at first, before descending on the meat with ravenous hunger. Their jaws snapped and tore, the sound of teeth grinding against bone filling the air. Watching them devour the meal, Han Qingxia could tell they hadn't eaten properly in days. And yet, when they had finished, they did consume it all. Each dog left behind a small, untouched piece of meat. Then, one by one, they picked up their leftovers in their mouths and turned toward the gate, limping, staggering, but resolute. Eh. Han King Sia's voice cut through the stillness, sharp and incredulous. What? Selmer, her massive, genetically enhanced dog, leapt forward, growling with a ferocity that could send shivers down the spine of even the bravest predator. His frame was twice the size of any ordinary dog, his claws sharper than steel, his presence as commanding as a lion surveying its kingdom. The military dogs froze, their ragged forms huddling together as they faced Summer's wrath. Han King Sia sighed, shaking her head. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Summer's head, her fingers sinking into the dense fur. Let them go, she said softly. Woof, woof, woof. Summer barked in protest, his eyes blazing with indignation. It was as if he was saying, "They're freeloaders. They ate your food and now they're running off." "A good dog does need to be kept," she murmured, stroking his head. Then, with a deliberate motion, she opened the gate. The dogs paused, their eyes meeting hers. For a moment, there was a flicker of something gratitude, perhaps, or regret. Then they bolted, their lean bodies disappearing into the twilight, their burdens of meat clutched tightly in their jaws. Even the one she had painstakingly saved, its hind legs, still dragging awkwardly, limped after the group, pausing only to circle her once before hobbling away. Han King Sia stood there, watching their retreating figures until they vanished. Then, with a quiet resolve, she pulled an electric scooter from her storage space, mounted it, and followed them with Summer by her side. She found them at the edge of the city, in a place that bore the unmistakable marks of abandonment. The dogs laid their meat on the ground, their noses lifting toward the horizon as they let out low, mournful howls. They circled the area, their movements restless, frantic. They were searching. Even now, even after being discarded, they were looking for their former masters. Han King Sia's chest tightened, an unfamiliar ache blooming in her heart. She had always prided herself on her detachment, her ability to remain cold and unfeeling when the world demanded it. But this was different. Dogs, she thought. More loyal than most humans could ever hope to be. Especially these dogs, bred and trained for service, their devotion unwavering even in the face of betrayal. She knelt beside Summer, wrapping her arms around his massive head. "And sorry," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "And sorry for what I did to you in our last life." "What?" Summer's response was soft, almost tender. He nuzzled into her embrace, his warmth grounding her, though he didn't understand the source of her sorrow. For a long time, she stayed there, watching the dogs as they mourned. When night fell, she returned to her base, but not before leaving them another pile of food and redressing their wounds. Selmer, however, remained unimpressed. Each time they visited, he would growl and bark at the dogs, his disdain evident. Ungrateful nuts, his posture seemed to say. Eating my master's food, taking her kindness for granted. The military dogs, cowed by his dominance, never retaliated. But when Han King Sia was near, they would gather around her, their scared faces softening in her presence. Days passed. The dogs lingered near her base, waiting, always waiting. Whenever a vehicle approached, they would chase after it, their hope palpable. But when it wasn't their masters, they would return, their heads hanging low, their spirits dimmed. Still, they remained useful. Any zombie that dared approach Han King Sia's territory was swiftly dealt with, their torn bodies left as warnings to others. On the third evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, something changed. Han King Sia was on her way to check on the dogs when she saw them sprinting, their movements wild with excitement. She followed their path to a crumbling wall, her eyes narrowing as she spotted a line of military vehicles emerging from the city. The dark green trucks glinted faintly in the fading light. The dogs had found their masters. The reunion was chaotic, an eruption of barks and shouts. One of the soldiers, a young man, stepped out of a vehicle, his face breaking into a grin as he embraced one of the dogs. Others followed, their joy mirrored in the animal's frantic movements. But the joy was fleeting. Orders were orders, and the military had made its decision. There was no room for the dogs in their plans. The young man released the dog he had held so tightly, his hands trembling as he stepped back into the truck. The dog, still clutching its piece of meat, chased after him, but the door slammed shut in its face. The vehicles roared to life, speeding away. The dogs gave chase, their bodies straining, their paws pounding against the asphalt. But the distance grew, and soon the trucks were nothing more than specks on the horizon. When the dogs returned, their heads hung low, their bodies dragging with exhaustion. They were broken, their hope extinguished. Han Qingxia stepped forward, her voice cutting through the silence. "This time," she said, "you'll come with me." The dogs hesitated, their eyes wary. But the one she had saved, the one with the injured legs, moved first, circling her once before collapsing at her feet. The others followed, one by one, until they surrounded her. She led them back to her base, her heart heavy, but resolute. As they entered, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Being 15 loyal war dogs detected, loyalty level, base defense increased twofold, health fully restored, reward points. Han Qingxia's lips curled into a rare smile. As she looked around, she saw her base transforming before her eyes. The gates thickened, the barbed wire rising higher, its sharp edges gleaming. The walls, once cracked and worn, became impenetrable. Her fortress stood tall, a testament to her resolve. And this time, she would not let them be abandoned again. What thrilled Han Qingxia even more was that by taking in this batch of military dogs, she had earned herself 150 points. This move undoubtedly a profit, and then some. Without hesitation, she opened the system's marketplace interface, her fingers trembling slightly with anticipation. This time, she scrutinized the options more carefully, her eyes darting across the screen to see what treasures she could exchange for. The food section now boasted 10 items, ranging from basic energy bars to a super energy liquid priced at 100 points. All of them promised quick replenishment of stamina, with effects lasting anywhere from a few hours to several days. But food wasn't what Han Qingxia needed. Her gaze shifted to the medicine section, where 2 new additions caught her attention. Alongside the point quick healing Yun and Bao, there was a super bandage for 50 points, and the first aid pill for 100. Curiosity piqued, she tapped on the details of the 2 items. Super bandage, applied to any wound for rapid repair, including arterial injuries. Han Qingxia's eyes widened. "Whoa," she exclaimed aloud, her voice tinged with awe. "So this means even if your neck gets slashed, this thing could patch it up, and you'd be fine." But it was the first aid pill that truly astonished her. First aid pill, as long as there's a single breath left in the body, this pill can bring you back. What? Han Qingxia gasped, a grin spreading across her face. Both items powerful, almost absurdly so. She scrolled further down the list, her breath catching as she stumbled upon something even more extraordinary. Zombievirus suppressant, 1,000,000 points. What? There's a suppressant. The zombievirus can be cured. Her initial shock quickly gave way to the cold slap of reality when her eyes landed on the price tag. 100 million points. 100 million. She let out a resigned sigh, waving her hand dismissively. Forget it, not in this lifetime. With her meager balance of 156 points, she wasn't even qualified to dream about it. Yet, a spark of determination lit in her eyes. If her system's marketplace held such a game-changing treasure, then one day, she had to have it. Something like this could shake the entire world to its core. Rubbing her hands together, Han Qingxia made a silent vow. 100 million points. No matter what it took, she would amass the fortune. She had to secure at least 1 vial of that suppressant for herself. Resolving to revisit the medicine section later, she turned her attention to the weapons category. The sight of the weapons made her mouth water, a mixture of longing and frustration. A standard B handgun was priced at 500 points. A slightly better Glock went for 1,000. Some machine guns and shotguns were even more exorbitant, starting at 5,000. Her eye fell on an Eck rifle, its sleek, deadly design calling to her. The price? 8,000 points. Every weapon crafted by the system was leagues above anything available in the outside world. Their power and lethality were unparalleled, impossible to quantify. Expensive. Yeah. But worth every point. Han Qingxia silently added the Eck to her shopping cart, her mind already calculating how many points she'd need to save. A good weapon was non-negotiable. Her gaze shifted to a locked section of the marketplace, its interface teasingly grayed out. The message displayed read, "Unlock at points." What treasures lay hidden behind that barrier? She could only imagine. The system marketplace was a dream come true, everything she could possibly want, all tantalizingly out of reach. Her fingers itched with frustration. Determined to earn more points, she clicked on the Point Acquisition Methods tab. A list of options appeared before her. Complete system assign tasks to earn points. Expand your territory to gain points. Increase the number of members in your territory to gain points. Han Qingxia's mind raced as she recalled her previous actions. Killing invaders had earned her points for completing the base defense task. Taking in the 15 dogs had increased her territory's population, netting her another reward. And then there was the second option, expanding her territory. She understood now. Starting tomorrow, she would begin enlarging her domain. The next morning, Han Qingxia rose early, her resolve as sharp as the crisp dawn air. Instead of running along the perimeter of her existing territory, she headed toward the back mountain, her loyal pack of dogs trailing behind her. As she ran, she directed her canine companions, tying ropes to mark the boundaries of her new land. In ancient times, they called it staking claims with horses. Today, she'd stake her claims with dogs. Sei Shin, Tai Gong Si Fi Ke Hong Bao, Nele Deji Dele Chaming, and Beisho. Start from the left, she commanded. Ol Tai Dong Feng Nanfeng, Si Fine, Bifeng Hong Zong, Baben, and Ershao. Well, start from the right. The names of her new dogs rolled off her tongue effortlessly, each chosen with a whimsical flair. Dividing into two groups, they began encircling the back mountain, ropes stretching taut as they worked. By afternoon, Han Qingxia and Sei Shin met in the middle, their ropes connecting seamlessly. She tied the ends together, securing the boundary before methodically knotting the ropes at intervals. By evening, she had roped off the entire back mountain, a perimeter of roughly 3 kilometers. The ropes were anchored to her barbed wire fence, marking the mountain as hers. In territory area expanded by reward points. First time territory expansion, reward unlock a territory heart link. Han Qingxia's heart surged with elation. It worked. By actively claiming unoccupied land, the system recognized it as her territory. And the rewards were no joke. 1,000 points for just one mountain. If she claimed the surrounding peaks, how many more points could she earn? Her thoughts spiraled with ambition. If she could eventually conquer a city, then 100 million points wouldn't just be a pipe dream. Closing her eyes, she felt the system's new reward territory heart link activate. In her mind's eye, the land she had claimed unfolded like a detailed map. The back mountain and her underground bunker were etched clearly, connected seamlessly. She could sense it now. The moment any foreign entity entered her domain, her sixth sense would alert her instantly. Sei Shin, 500 meters west, she barked. Woof. Sei Shin responded with a sharp bark, dashing off into the distance. Within half a minute, the sound of a struggle reached her ears. By the time Han Qingxia arrived, Sei Shin had already taken down a zombie that had somehow wandered into her territory. A wave of understanding washed over her. So this was how it worked. Her map-like awareness revealed several faint, gray dots, more zombies. She led her dogs into action, systematically wiping them out. Hong Si take Changming to the south, Deji and Hong Bao head west, Dongfeng, Nanfeng, Sifine, Beifeng go east, the rest follow me. With precision and efficiency, Han Qingxia and her pack cleared the intruders, her mastery of the territory hardly growing with each encounter. Every gray dot represented a zombie, no matter how remote or hidden. She could pinpoint them with uncanny accuracy. No need for surveillance cameras or alarms. Sheer instincts now served as the ultimate defense system. By the time she returned home late at night, exhaustion mingled with satisfaction. Tomorrow, she would claim even more land. Early the next morning, Han Qingxia began clearing a stretch of land in front of the barbed wire surrounding the air raid shelter. This time, she decided to try a different approach. Methodical and deliberate, she swept the area clean of zombies, pushing them back all the way to the edge of the highway. Then, with a sharp, resolute motion, she planted a sign into the ground, "Private property. Beware of dogs." The sign stood defiant, a crude boundary marker, sticking her claim. At this point in time, the world had unraveled to such an extent that the notion of ownership of land, of anything, was laughable. Anyone still alive and wondering about had enough on their plate without quarreling over property lines. And those who might have once had the audacity to argue, they were gone, swallowed up by the apocalypse. This was her land now. Who would dare challenge her? A chime sounded in her mind, the mechanical voice of the system breaking through her thoughts. Territory expended by 5 acres. Reward, 500 points. A grin spread across her face, unbidden and triumphant. She had been right. Her instincts, sharp as a blade, had not failed her. These no man's lands, these abandoned zones that once belonged to others, were ripe for the taking. But there was a condition: the land had to be cleared and measured by her or her dogs. Only then would the system recognize it as hers. Today, she had walked with her pack from the base to the newly planted boundary marker, a distance of roughly 5 acres. Along the way, she had left signs, small marks, her own quiet declarations of dominion. It reminded her of those exploration games she used to play, where the map only revealed itself as the protagonist ventured into the unknown. Here her dogs served as her team, their keen noses and tireless energy expanding her reach far beyond what she could manage alone. Once the sign was firmly in place, she dusted off her hands and glanced at the mental map in her head. The territory had expanded, the edges now brushing against new, uncharted lands. She stood still for a moment, pondering her next move. Her air raid shelter, nestled into the hillside, was now the heart of her domain. To the left lay the highway, a flat, open stretch leading north to Scythia. To the right, a sparsely populated mountain range, dotted with a few scattered villas and the ruins of an old quarry. The coast was clear. The highway, though easier to conquer, was unpredictable. Strangers might wander through, or worse, hordes of zombies could appear without warning. The mountains, though treacherous and slow-going, offered a sense of stability. She preferred to secure what was within her grasp before venturing into the chaos of the unknown. Her decision made, Han Qingxia turned her gaze to the rugged terrain on her right. The system had its rules. All zombies within her territory had to be eradicated. If she failed to maintain order, the system would strip her of the land. It was a harsh, but logical stipulation. After all, how could a place teeming with the undead truly be considered hers? This rule had also dashed her fleeting idea of keeping a few zombies as guard dogs. No matter. Her current team, 15 military-trained dogs, sharp-witted and fiercely loyal, was more than capable. They patrolled her land with precision, eliminating any stragglers that dared to wander in. But she knew she would need more. As her territory grew, so would her need for defenders. Shaking off these thoughts, she began her climb into the mountains. By nightfall, she had claimed another hill. The system rewarded her with 1,000 points, bringing her total to 2,656. Good work, everyone. Time to eat, she declared, her voice carrying a note of satisfaction. With a wave of her hand, she summoned fresh beef from her storage space, tossing generous portions to her dogs. They wagged their tails and barked in delight, circling her like a pack of jubilant wolves. For herself, she pulled out a steaming Korean fried chicken meal, one of the many treasures she had stockpiled from a pre-apocalypse shopping spree. The smell alone was intoxicating, the crisp, golden skin crackled under her gloved fingers, revealing tender, juicy meat beneath. As she tore into a drumstick, the savory garlic soy glaze burst across her tongue, a rich, decadent flavor that seemed almost obscene in this desolate world. She followed each bite with a swig of ice-cold cola, the carbonation fizzing sharply against her palate. It was indulgent, almost surreal, to be eating like this while the world around her rotted. But she reveled in it. Every bite was a reminder of what she had survived, of what she had built. The fatigue of the day melted away as she devoured her meal, her appetite insatiable. When her dogs eyed her hungrily, she tossed them the leftovers without hesitation. They too deserved to share in her fortune. After dinner, she stretched, her stomach pleasantly full, and wandered over to check on her small farm. The chicken coop was thriving, eggs accumulating faster than she could collect them. A few had already hatched into fluffy chicks, their tiny bodies darting about with boundless energy. The ducks were slower to reproduce, but she had noticed several mothers nesting diligently. Her 2 goats, sturdy and well-fed, were growing rapidly. Soon, she thought, there would be fresh milk. Her vegetable garden was equally bountiful. The fast-growing crops bok choy, chives demanded daily harvesting. She couldn't bear to let anything go to waste, so she made it a point to visit the garden each evening, no matter how tired she was. The other vegetables, spinach, lettuce, radishes are nearing their prime, and the tomatoes and potatoes promised a future of abundance. Even the fish pond, which she barely managed, was teeming with life, the fish fattening up under the system's care. Everything was flourishing. Her base, her land, her vision, it was all coming together. The future, once bleak and uncertain, now shimmered with possibility. The next day, she set out again, this time in her armored vehicle. She left her most trusted dog, Summer, along with 7 others, to patrol the base. Her destination, the villa complex nestled in the mountains. Once a luxurious retreat for the wealthy, the development now stood abandoned, its 10 opulent homes reduced to silent, decaying shells. Rumor had it that less than half had sold, and even fewer had been occupied. She would claim it all. When Han Qingxia drove her armored vehicle into the secluded mountain villa district, the sight that greeted her was a tableau of tiered, staggered mansions cascading down the mountainside with an almost deliberate elegance. Each villa stood apart, separated by generous expanses of land, their isolation exuding a sense of exclusivity. Perched halfway up the mountain, these homes commanded an unbroken view of city below, a panorama that stretched into infinity, glittering faintly under the overcast sky. Only the elite of city, the wealthiest and most powerful, could have claimed these homes in the world that once was. She stepped out of the vehicle and dispatched her dogs to sweep the area for signs of life. East wind, south wind, search the left side, she ordered. West wind, north wind, take the south. Great dragon, white lotus, head upward. To bamboo fortune, stay here and guard. If anyone shows up, alert me immediately. The 8 dogs dispersed without hesitation, their movements precise and purposeful, each a shadow of the commands she had issued. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia retrieved a weathered sign from her supplies, hammered it into the ground, and scrawled across it, "Private territory. Trespassers will be executed." There was no need to mention guard dogs. This area was to be part of her expanding domain, though she had no intention of frequenting it. Her resources, particularly her dogs, were stretched thin as it was. The sign served as a boundary mark or warning. Should anyone cross it, they would pay the price. By the time the sign was firmly planted, the dogs had returned, their silence confirming what she had suspected, no immediate threats. Her gaze swept across the 10 villas scattered over the hillside. She knew instinctively that she would need to score each one, leaving nothing unchecked. Leaving 4 dogs to stand watch, she led the remaining 4 east wind, south wind, west wind, and north wind into the first villa. Its front gate was still secured with its original lock, untouched and unclaimed. Han Qingxia pulled a length of wire from her pocket and began working the mechanism with practiced ease. In the wasteland the world had become, such skills were no longer optional, they were survival. The door creaked open, revealing an unfinished interior skeleton of a home, stripped of life and personality. She moved through it methodically, her steps echoing faintly in the hollow space. After confirming it was empty, she marked the mailbox at the entrance with a single character. Almost immediately, a map materialized in her mind, a virtual overlay expanding her claimed territory. Territory expanded by 500 square meters. Reward, 100 points, a mechanical voice announced in her thoughts. Han Qingxia allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. This was how it should be. She moved on, villa after villa, her pace steady, her focus unyielding. By the time she reached the Nint house, she had swept through 8 properties, claiming all but 2, which showed signs of prior habitation. Yet, she encountered no one. The sense of desolation weighed heavily in the air, thick as the dust that clung to every surface. And at the Ninth villa, she noticed something different. A car was parked in the overgrown front garden. Its windows were coated in a thin layer of dust not thick enough to suggest abandonment, but enough to indicate it had been there for a time. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the tightly drawn curtains of the villa's windows. Someone was here. She approached the door and knocked, the sound reverberating through the silent neighborhood. When no response came, she pressed the doorbell, the chime echoing eerily in the stillness. Still nothing. Her brow furrowed. Retrieving her wire, she began to work on the lock, her movements deliberate and cautious. This time, she felt resistance as someone was turning the lock from the inside. Someone inside was alive. Han Qingxia hesitated, her hand hovering over the door. In a world where laws had crumbled and morality was a relic of the past, strength dictated survival. The strong could take what they wanted, crush the weak beneath their heels. But that wasn't who she was. Not entirely. She considered herself the last vestige of humanity's moral flora, thin, fragile line between survival and savagery. She killed without remorse when necessary, but she did revel in cruelty. Her violence was measured, her wrath reserved for those who crossed her. Taking this house, forcing out or killing its inhabitants, felt like crossing a line she was ready to breach. Just as she began to step back, the door cracked open. A man stood there, his face gaunt, his glasses askew on a nose that seemed too sharp for his hollow cheeks. His eyes, sunken but wary, darted over her and the dogs at her feet. Behind him, a woman appeared, equally emaciated, her shoulders hunched as if bracing for a blow. And, from between their legs, a small girl peeked out, her white eyes curious despite the fear etched into her parents' faces. The man and woman quickly pulled the child back, shielding her with their bodies. The dogs growled low, their hackles rising. "Quiet," Han Qingxia commanded, her voice firm. The dogs obeyed, falling silent. She studied the man, her gaze sharp and unyielding. "Everywhere else here is mine. Stay out of my territory, or I'll kill you." With that, she turned and strode away, heading toward the 10th villa. "Wait," the man called after her, his voice strained but urgent. "Don't go there. There's a flesh-eating zombie inside." Han Qingxia paused mid-step and turned to face him. "You've seen it." He nodded gravely. The 10th villa, they were throwing a party, a group of young people, drinking and laughing all night, but just before dawn we heard screams. People ran out, bleeding, but they didn't make it far. The thing inside it tore them apart. "What did you do?" she asked, her voice steady, though her eyes narrowed. "We locked our doors and stayed inside. We didn't know what it was at first. Later, we realized it was one of them, a zombie." Her gaze swept over him, the door behind him, the faint blood stains on the road outside. "You've survived this long, how?" The man's lips pressed into a thin line, his silence a shield. In this world, no one shared their resources freely. Cost was a luxury few could afford. Han Qingxia did press. She turned and continued toward the 10th villa, her dogs following close behind. The man watched her go, his expression conflicted. "Who is she?" his wife whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," he replied, his eyes narrowing as he considered the healthy sheen of her skin, the vitality in her step. "But she has supplies, she must." Even the dogs, their coats glossy and well-fed, were a testament to her resources. In this desolate world, such abundance was a rarity. "Do you think we could ask her for food?" the woman ventured hesitantly. "Eddie, I'm hungry," the little girl whimpered, clutching her father's leg. The man's gaze darkened. He extended a hand, and a faint green glow emanated from his palm. A nearby potted plant quivered, its branches stretching toward him as if alive. He grasped a tendril of the vine, his expression grim. "Well, wait," he said. "For now." Meanwhile, Han Qingxia reached the tent villa. Blood stained the ground, the walls, the garden a silent testament to the carnage that had unfolded here. The air was heavy with the metallic taint of dried blood, a scent that clung to her nostrils like a warning. She circled the house, her eyes scanning every detail, every shadow, as she began to map out the terrain and prepare for what lay within. Han Qingxia's strength was far from ordinary now. The iron-plated sliding security door stood no chance against her. With a single, forceful kick, it swung open with a deafening crash. The moment the door gave way, she and her 4 dogs scattered to either side like shadows dissolving into the dim light. A guttural roar sliced through the air. From the depths of the house emerged 3 ravenous zombies, their movements frenzied and uncoordinated. 2 women and 1 man. The first female zombie, in life, must have been a beauty. Even in death, her grotesque elegance remained intact, her face astonishingly well preserved. However, one leg bore the brutal evidence of a savage attack, the flesh stripped away to reveal a stark, gleaming bone. The second woman had not been so fortunate. Half her face had been devoured, leaving the synthetic implant of her nose grotesquely exposed, dangling like a macabre ornament. One eye bulged upward, its socket writhing with yellow maggots that squirmed in the raw, bloody tissue. The male zombie, clad in a once dignified suit, was a picture of twisted irony. His chest cavity had been torn open, a gaping void where his heart once beat. His hands clawed at the air, desperate and frenzied, as the scent of fresh human flesh drove him into a frenzy. As the trio lunged forward, Han Qingxia struck first. With a single, decisive swing of her shovel, 1 zombie was sent hurtling through the air. The other 2 did make it far. Her dog-strained military canines, ruthless and efficient, descended upon them in a blur of fangs and fury, tearing them apart with practiced precision. 3 dull thuds echoed in quick succession. The zombies lay lifeless, their grotesque forms crumpled on the ground. Effortless. Killing zombies had become second nature to her. Han Qingxia leaned casually against the door frame, rapping her knuckles against it to lure out any stragglers. The sound reverberated through the eerily silent house. Nothing. It seemed these 3 were the only occupants. Still, she advanced cautiously, her dogs flanking her like shadows. Every step was deliberate, her movements haunted by years of survival in a world gone mad. The house was a sprawling, 3-story villa, 2 above ground, 1 below. The opulence of its design was undeniable, every detail dripping with the wealth of its former owners. Yet now it reeked of abandonment and decay. The interior was a wasteland of shattered glass and overturned furniture. Empty wine bottles and discarded plates littered the floor, while the entrance was piled high with exquisitely wrapped gifts. Han Qingxia picked one up at random. The tag read, "Happy birthday, Lai Minju." So, it had been a birthday party. Unlucky for the birthday girl, though her celebration had coincided with the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. With practiced efficiency, Han Qingxia tore open the gift box. Inside was a diamond bracelet, its brand name gleaming in the dim light. True to her creed of never leaving empty-handed, she began systematically collecting every gift she could find. She'd open them later, back at her safe house. With the presents secured, she turned her attention to the kitchen, hoping to scavenge food. But the cupboards were bare, devoid of anything remotely useful. The former inhabitants, it seemed, had been the pampered taipans unaccustomed to the labor of cooking. The refrigerator, however, proved more fruitful. Imported birds' nest, exotic beverages, premium packaged snacks, frozen Japanese wagyu, Australian lobster, she took it all. From the bedrooms, she gathered pristine silk quilts and down comforters. Nothing was left untouched. By the time she was done, the villa's upper floors had been thoroughly looted. Leaving 2 dogs to guard the entrance, she descended into the basement with the other 2. The air shifted the moment she stepped onto the stairs. Something was wrong. A low, guttural growl broke the silence. Burger. Her dogs, red and white, were tense, their hackles raised, their growls trembling with a mix of warning and fear. It was the kind of fear that came from sensing something unnatural, something monstrous. But all Han Qingxia felt was an oppressive, bone-deep chill. She rapped her knuckles against the railing, the metallic clang echoing down the stairwell, a deliberate provocation. Silence answered her. Gripping the handrail, she descended step by measured step, her senses razor-sharp. As she reached the final step, it happened. A roar, guttural and primal, tore through the stillness. The stench hit her first footed and suffocating, a wave of rot and decay. Then came the blur of movement, faster than anything she had encountered before. The zombie missed. In the split second that followed, a shovel came crashing down from above with brutal precision. The force of the blow sent the creature flying, its body skidding across the cold, concrete floor. Han Qingxia did need to learn the hard way. 10 years of surviving the apocalypse had sharpened her instincts to a deadly edge. The zombie twisted and writhed, its body contorted into a grotesque parody of human form. Its limbs bent at unnatural angles, its torso arched backward, supported by hands that clawed at the ground. It moved like a monstrous centipede, its long hair obscuring most of its face. Through the tangled strands, a single, milky white eye fixed on Han Qingxia with unrelenting malice. The basement lights flickered, casting the creature in and out of shadow. It lunged forward, its speed blurring its form into a streak of darkness. Han Qingxia's eyes narrowed. One word surfaced in her mind: mutated zombie speed type. In the blink of an eye, it was upon her, its jaw unhinging to reveal a cavernous maw. It had no tongue. Its lips were gone, chewed away, leaving a grotesque, bloody maw that exposed jagged, uneven teeth. It snapped at her with feral desperation. Its teeth sank into something solid. Not flesh. A shovel. Han Qingxia drove the blade of the shovel through its gaping mouth, pinning its head to the wall with a sickening crunch. The zombie thrashed violently, its limbs clawing at the air in a futile attempt to free itself. With a deft twist of her wrist, Han Qingxia ended its struggle. The creature went still. Speed was its weapon, but hers was greater. Precision. Power. The shovel had pierced the reinforced concrete wall by nearly an inch. Most people wouldn't have been able to pull it out. Han Qingxia did so with ease, twisting the blade inside the zombie's skull for good measure. As she withdrew it, a small, crystalline object fell to the ground. A zombie crystal core. Higher-level zombies always had them. Han Qingxia washed the crystal with water from her spatial storage, revealing its translucent brilliance. In her previous life, she had only known these cores were valuable, often traded as currency in the later stages of the apocalypse. But back then, she had been a low-ranking squad leader, her lack of powers keeping her from understanding their full potential. Now things were different. A familiar voice echoed in her mind. Each zombie crystal core detected. Activating new points exchange system. 1 standard level crystal core equals 100 points. Would you like to exchange? Han Qingxia froze, her heart skipping a beat. Crystal cores could be exchanged for points. A translucent interface appeared in her mind, displaying a points exchange menu. A line of text caught her eye: first exchange bonus, 1 starter pack. Additional bonuses for every 100 cores exchanged. Without hesitation, she confirmed the exchange. The crystal vanished from her hand, and a series of notifications followed. Congratulations, you've received Yananbao 1 unit. Emergency healing pill, 1 unit. Congratulations, you've received combat uniform 1 set. Congratulations, you've received combat gloves 1 pair. Congratulations, you've received combat boots 1 pair. Congratulations, you've received revolver 1 unit. Han Qingxia's eyes widened in disbelief. But the mere value of the Yan'an Bayo and emergency pills alone amounted to 120 points. The combat suit set didn't display a price tag, but that revolver, she'd seen it before on the weapons page. It was worth over 5,000 points. A fortune. A windfall beyond her wildest dreams. Han Qingxia tucked the revolver at her waist, stowed the combat suit into her spatial storage for later inspection, and swept the basement one last time. Her search yielded a trove of treasures, a cabinet brimming with fine, expensive red wine, gold bars and jewelry locked in a safe, and as if mocking the apocalypse itself, a motorcycle and 2 sports cars, their keys conveniently left in the ignition. She left the villa laden with spoils. Before departing, she scrawled a bold, sweeping character, her name in the front door. In her mind, the domain map expanded, now encompassing the entirety of the villa's area. Simultaneously, the rest of the villa complex save for Villa No had been assimilated into her domain, their darkened outlines on the map now lit, connected together like a web. Only Villa No remained, a stubborn, unlit void, a black hole of resistance. As she stepped out of the villa, the occupants of No immediately averted their gazes. The men stared, incredulous, at Han Qingxia's unscathed figure. Not a single scratch marred her calm, composed demeanor. His eyes clouded with thought. Honey, that woman, she came out of Villa No. Didn't you say that place was incredibly dangerous? She's more formidable than we imagined, the man replied with certainty. A chill ran down his spine, mingling with the sense of relief. Fortunately, had chosen to approach her with goodwill from the start. Otherwise, even with his abilities, he doubted he could contend with this woman. He needed to adjust his strategy. Immediately, as Han Qingxia left Villa No and stepped onto the main road, a family of 3 appeared before her at the residence of Villa No. Miss, might I propose a trade? The man adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, his tone measured, deliberate. In a botanist, I can cultivate new crops. Would like to exchange some food with you. His daughter stepped forward, presenting a large box brimming with fresh greens and bean sprouts. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow at the offering. Aren't you afraid you'll just take all of this by force? The man shook his head. Cultivating these is not difficult for me. He lifted a hand, and within the box, a pod of bean sprouts began to grow rapidly, their stems stretching upward as if reaching for an unseen sun. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at the sight. A wood element ability user. No wonder this man had managed to protect his wife and child for over a month amidst the chaos of the zombie apocalypse. He wasn't ordinary. Yet she also understood the subtext of his little demonstration. First, he was showcasing his value, a person capable of producing resources. Second, it was a warning. A subtle but clear message: don't act recklessly, don't harm his family, for he had the means to defend himself. But to Han Qingxia, neither point mattered. She did need him. Keep it for yourselves, she said, not sparing the vegetables another glance. Her own stores were overflowing, more than she could ever consume. She had no need for trades. With that, she turned and walked away, her dog trotting faithfully at her side, leaving the man frozen in disbelief. Impossible. He was no fool. From the earliest days of the apocalypse, had pieced together the gravity of the situation from news reports. When the outbreak reached their neighborhood, had sealed his doors, silenced his family, and hunkered down, surviving unscathed. Later, had awakened his wood element abilities, securing a sustainable food source for his family. But vegetables alone weren't enough. The adults could endure, but his child was already malnourished. He had been certain that his fresh produce, a rare luxury in this desolate world, would be a highly sought-after commodity. Surely anyone would leap at the chance to trade for it. But she didn't even care. As Han Qingxia's figure receded into the distance, the man's composure cracked. He called out desperately, "Miss, what do you need?" "Money. We have money, whatever you want, if we have it, we'll trade it." Han Qingxia paused mid-step. For the first time, A flicker of interest crossed her face. She turned, her gaze falling on their villa. "I want your house." The family stared at her, stunned. What? In the middle of the apocalypse, she wanted a house. A thing that neither fed nor clothed you. "We'll give you 500 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of meat, 100 eggs, and 10 cases of milk in exchange for your house." It was an enticing offer. Though the total value wouldn't have exceeded 5,000 yuan in the pre-apocalypse world, barely enough to buy a single square meter of the property. No, in this new reality, it was a fortune. Still, the couple hesitated. If they gave up their home, where would they live? "Miss," the man asked, adjusting his glasses again, his gaze steady, "if we sell you the house, can we still live here? My family is willing to work for you. We'll produce vegetables every day and give you half of our yield. In other words," he continued, "we can be your workers." His mind raced. Though the arrangement resembled the feudal system of old, where tenant farmers serve landlords, it was, in truth, their best option. First, they wouldn't have to leave their home. They could continue living there while providing half their produce as rent. More importantly, they'd gain Han Qingxia's protection. This girl was no ordinary person. Aligning with her, relying on her, was undoubtedly the safest choice. And for Han Qingxia, it wasn't a bad deal either. She had intended to buy their house to incorporate it into her domain, not to live in it herself. With her limited manpower, much of her expanded territory was left unguarded. This family could serve as caretakers, and their daily vegetable contributions would be a welcome bonus. The man's abilities as a wood element user only sweetened the deal. Just then, a voice echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. "Bane detected domain residents seeking allegiance. Accepting them will grant points and a special domain attribute." Han Qingxia's eyes widened. "Special attribute? I accept." The moment she spoke, an invisible force linked her to the family of three. For reasons they couldn't explain, the couple suddenly felt an overwhelming reverence for Han Qingxia, as if they were standing before a divine being. An instinctive urge to bow, to submit, surged within them. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia felt an unfamiliar energy coursing through her veins. She reached toward the box of vegetables, and instantly, the plants began to grow wildly, their pace far surpassing the man's earlier demonstration. The couple stared in awe, realization dawning. She was a wood element user too. And far stronger than him. A complex mix of emotions welled up within them: gratitude, fear, and something akin to worship. She didn't need their vegetables, yet she had accepted them. How merciful she was. Han Qingxia ordered the purchase of Wang Yuman's home. At the gate, a mailbox now bore an imposing, engraved character, Xia. With this, her map was finally complete. "From today onward, I am your lord," she declared, her voice carrying the weight of inevitability. She instructed Wang Yuman and his wife to guard her territory, forbidding anyone from trespassing on her land. Their task was simple: cultivate the earth with diligence, and in return, she would guarantee their safety. Rewards, she promised, would come later, commensurate with their contributions. The couple, hearing this, nodded fervently, their excitement barely contained. This was precisely what they had longed for. Before the apocalypse, after all, or even now in its bleak aftermath, ordinary people desired only one thing: a safe haven, a place where someone stronger could shield them from the chaos. Once, it was the machinery of the state that had offered this protection. Now, with that machinery dismantled, Han Qingxia stood in its place as lord in every sense of the word. She told the couple's daughter, Wang Yandu, to accompany her to fetch supplies. Considering the girl's youth and the family's limited storage capacity, Han Qingxia didn't burden her with too much. For their first trip, she gave them a single bag of rice, a crate of milk, a carton of fresh eggs, and 10 pounds of pork. The goods were hung on her cart, pulled by Hong Song and Baben, her loyal dogs, who also served as escorts for the girl's return journey. From now on, whatever the family produced would be delivered directly to her every day. Han Qingxia's approach to absorbing residents resembled the establishment of an apocalyptic base, though her model was fundamentally different. She would never permit the newcomers to set foot in her air raid shelter. That was her sanctum, her private domain. Those under her protection could only live within the broader perimeter of her territory. To them, her shelter was an unattainable sanctuary, a beacon to be revered from afar. The next day, Wang Yandu arrived with the family's daily harvest, a crate of vegetables half filled with bean sprouts, the other half with cabbage. He detected territorial output. Reward 3 points, chimed the cold, mechanical voice of her system as Han Qingxia accepted the crate. So, receiving the produce of her residence came with its own perks points. Beyond the initial reward for taking them in, their ongoing contributions would also yield benefits. The system seemed to calculate rewards based on population. With 3 members in Wang Yuman's family, their daily output earned her 3 points. The discovery delighted Han Qingxia. On her way back, as she handed over the day's provision rice, milk, eggs, and pork, she threw in a bag of seeds and a lollipop as a bonus. "Have your parents planned something different?" she instructed. "Yes, my lord," Wang Yandu responded, her voice sweet and soft, before departing with her escort laden with the day's supplies. Once the girl was out of sight, Han Qingxia unfurled her map, eyes scanning for the next area to conquer. The villas to the left seemed a reasonable target. Beyond them lay a mountainous region, part of another city. The terrain there was treacherous, the villages populous, and the logistics of governance would be a headache. Worse, if zombies lurked there, it would take her half a day just to traverse the distance. To the right, however, lay the highway. Raising her binoculars, she peered out at the road. Since the day the rescue convoy had evacuated a group of survivors, the highway had seen a surge in activity. Civilians, emboldened by the sight of rescue vehicles, had seized the opportunity to escape, their cars trailing after the convoy toward the rescue base. If her memory served, that base was the one Han Ying and her family had joined. Located on a flat expanse of land at the border of City B and City A, it had grown into one of the 3 major bases of the eastern region, a base. It boasted formidable military strength, though, as Han Qingxia recalled from her past life, its food supply was perpetually strained. Daily expeditions were required to scavenge for resources. Expanding her territory northward might eventually bring her into contact with key personnel. After some thought, Han Qingxia decided instead to push south, towards City A. She wasted no time. By day's end, she had cleared 20 acres of no man's land along the highway, eradicating every zombie within her territory. The spoils were modest: 4.5 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, and 5 crates of instant noodles. The rest, spoiled meat, rotting vegetables, and moldy bread, was left untouched. While the material gains were meager, the point rewards were substantial: 2,000 points. The system's exchange rate appeared to be roughly 1,000 points per 10 acres. Residential areas, however, yielded higher rewards. For instance, clearing the villa district the previous day had earned her over 3,000 points, despite its smaller size compared to today's conquest. In just a few days, her territory had expanded 4- or 5-fold, and her points had swelled to nearly 7,000. She was tantalizingly close to affording the rifle she had been eyeing. But as she prepared to make the exchange, her mental map of the territory suddenly lit up with a cluster of red dots. Red dots. Zombies were marked in gray. For a single, stunned second, Han Qingxia froze. Then the realization hit her like a thunderclap. Living intruders. And they were in her territory, alarmingly close to her air raid shelter, moving steadily toward it. Without hesitation, she grabbed her gear, loaded her dogs into the car, and sped home. "Captain, just hold on a little longer. According to the map, there's an air raid shelter up ahead." "Something feels off about this place," one of the men muttered, his voice taut with unease. A group of 7 or 8, all clad in combat uniforms from a base, trudged through the forest outside the shelter. The further they ventured, the more unsettling the surroundings became. Yeah, not a single zombie in sight. It's like someone's been systematically clearing them out. Look here, fresh tire tracks. Someone's been driving through. If there's someone here, that's even better. The man's words trailed off as the group came to an abrupt halt. Before them stood an enormous sign, stark against the wilderness. Highway territory. Beware of guard dogs. They exchanged uneasy glances. Look over there, one of them exclaimed, his sharp eyes catching a glint of silver through the trees. Pushing past the underbrush, he broke through the dense foliage, only to stop dead in his tracks. The others followed, their breath catching as they emerged into a clearing. Before them stood a fortress. A 3-meter-high barbed wire fence encircled the compound, its top lined with razor-sharp coils glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Hidden among the wires were countless serrated blades, their edges gleaming like the teeth of a predator. At the center of the perimeter loomed a towering steel gate, its thick panels seemingly impervious, as if even a tank would struggle to breach it. Inside the fence, they glimpsed a paradise, lush vegetable gardens, enclosures teeming with chickens, ducks, and sheep, orchards heavy with fruit, and a shimmering fish pond. This was Eden, a sanctuary plucked from the pages of myth. Someone must be inside, one of the men exclaimed, his voice trembling with hope. We'll go ask for help. He broke into a run toward the gate. Wait, there, Captain barked, his voice sharp with warning. But it was too late. With a sickening thud, the man vanished from sight. By the time the others reached him, he was sprawled at the bottom of a hidden pit, its walls lined with sharpened stakes.